play it when you lounge. X and O, you know that we can hold it down. Shout out to my man Sammy, got it off the ground. And to all the listeners tuned in right now, got debates, analysis, and speculation. This is sports talk for the new generation. You know where to find us, got a reputation. Sick podcast, your #1 sports destination.
Giving all our devotion, riding high on this wave of emotion. Going all out, yeah, 'cause this is our time. No, ain't no stopping us till we reach the finish line. All in, we came here to win. We're gonna give everything. S-I-C-K on the run. S-I-C-K, sick. On fire, we're ready to fight. We'll bring the house down tonight. S-I-C-K on the run. S-I-C-K, sick.
S-I-C-K is the sickest podcast. Tune in for the audio, or you can even watch back. Giving players all the props, or put them on blast. We don't give no hot takes, only talk back. S-I-C-K,
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 S-I-C-K.
all in, we came here to win. We're gonna give everything. S-I-C-K on the run. S-I-C-K, sick.
S-I-C-K, it's the sickest podcast. Tune in for the audio, or you can even watch back. Giving players all the props, or put them on blast. We don't give no hot takes, only talk facts.
We're giving all our devotion, riding high on this wave of emotion. Going all out, yeah, 'cause this is our time. No, ain't no stopping us till we reach the finish line. All in, we came here to win. We're gonna give everything. S-I-C-K on the run. S-I-C-K, sick. On fire, we're ready to fight. We'll bring the house down tonight. S-I-C-K on the run. S-I-C-K, sick.
Play it on the car ride, play it when you lounge. X and O, you know that we can hold it down. Shout out to my man Sammy, got it off the ground. And to all the listeners tuned in right now, got debates, analysis, and speculation. This is sports talk for the new generation. You know where to find us, got a reputation. Sick podcast, your #1 sports destination.
Giving all our devotion, riding high on this wave of emotion. Going all out, yeah, 'cause this is our time. No, ain't no stopping us till we reach the finish line. All in, we came here to win. We're gonna give everything. S-I-C-K on the run. S-I-C-K, sick. On fire, we're ready to fight. We'll bring the house down tonight. S-I-C-K on the run. S-I-C-K, sick.
S-I-C-K, it's the sickest podcast. Tune in for the audio, or you can even watch back. Giving players all the props, or put them on blast. We don't give no hot takes, only talk back. S-I-C-K,
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 S-I-C-K.
S-I-C-K.
Turn up your volume. Because you're about to listen to The Sick Podcast. With Tony Marinaro,
55 seconds left in the penalty, a minute and 27 seconds left in regulation time. Boston 4, Montreal 3. Lafleur coming out rather gingerly on the right side. He gives it into Lemaire, back to Lafleur.
the sickest Montreal Canadiens podcast.
You're in the ball!
Sports entertainment like no other.
Rejoint, on lui fait perdre la rondelle, une passe devant. Et c'est le dégagement et ce sera la victoire des Canadiens. Stanley pour les Canadiens, le 23e de l'histoire.
You found the dogs! John, you found the dogs! He found the dogs!
And all together, they worked a young team to the top. And now, a
24th Stanley Cup banner will hang from the rafters of the famous Forum in Montreal. The Canadiens win the Stanley Cup.
Brought to you by Energy Transportation Group. Driven to be different. La Vida TB. Embrace your true nature. And Playground, your premier gaming destination. It's gonna be sick.
Marinaro, the Sick Podcast, and we are live on YouTube, on Facebook, and on Twitter. It is your Montreal Canadiens podcast to watch tonight and every night, and will be so for many, many years. We have a star-studded lineup for you, and if you were waiting for a big splash at the draft, it'll probably be made official at the draft, but it is unofficial for now. It was Kevin Weeks who broke the news earlier today. We were tipped off. Anthony Martineau of TVA Sport and Marco D'Amico were working together on a story that there was deep interest from the Montreal Canadiens for Noah Dobson and deep interest from Noah Dobson to join the Montreal Canadiens. Noah Dobson, let's bring up his hockey DB if we can right now before we get to our first guest of a star-studded lineup, which will be Craig Button from TSN and TSN.ca, their hockey analyst and their director of scouting. Do we have Noah Dobson's hockey DB? If we can bring it up. We don't have it right now, but what I can tell you is Noah Dobson, once again, is a 25-year-old right-handed defenseman, 6'4", about 205 pounds. He's played 6 years in the National Hockey League for the New York Rangers, and he's no stranger to La Belle Province. He's a Maritimes boy, born and raised in Summerside, PEI, but he played in the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League for 4 years with Le Titan de l'Acadie Bathurst. He's also a President's Cup champions with them. Also played his final year with the Huskies of Rouyn-Noranda and won the championship with them as well. So no stranger once again to La Belle Province. He was part of that 2018 NHL entry draft and went 12th overall in that draft. Now that's the draft that had the Montreal Canadiens picking third when they picked Jesperi Kotkaniemi. Now, in that draft, several good defensemen went out in the first round. Rasmus Dahlin went number 1. Quinn Hughes went number 7. Evan Bouchard went number 10. Noah Dobson went number 12 to the New York Islanders. And earlier today, Kevin Weeks of the NHL Network told us that the Montreal Canadiens traded pick 16 in the draft, pick 17 in the draft, and Emil Heineman in a sign and trade deal with the New York Islanders, acquiring Noah Dobson and signing him to an 8-year contract extension for $9.5 million per year. And of course, Noah Dobson was in the final year of his contract, which was a 3-year deal of $12 million. It was $4 million per year. He was an RFA, a restricted free agent, and now he has himself an 8-year contract with the Canadiens at 9.5. To talk to us about Noah Dobson and the draft, our very first guest of a jam-packed guest list, Craig Button. Craig, how are you?
I'm great. How are you doing? You sound excited about the acquisition of Noah Dobson.
Well, Montreal Canadiens fans are excited because, with all due respect to what they gave up, here's a player who will provide immediate help. He will do so for the next 8 years. There is something about the trade that I don't like, which I'll get to in about a minute. I think the Canadiens did well. Based on what we're hearing, Craig, you can tell us a little bit more. After 10, there's a drop-off in the draft we hear. Based on what I'm hearing, I don't think pick 16 or 17 could have an immediate impact on the Montreal Canadiens. Give us your thoughts first off, Craig, on what they gave up in pick 16, 17, and Emil Heineman.
When was Logan Mailloux drafted? 4 years ago in 2021?
He was. That was the final year of Marc Bergevin as their GM, correct?
Yeah, 2021, right? And so he was a later first-round draft pick. And, you know, he going in – it's 4 years since he's been drafted. And the Montreal Canadiens now are maybe thinking he might be ready to challenge for a spot on their team. The reason I bring that up is the 16th and 17th picks might be able to help you in 4 or 5 years. And this is as no-brainer could get for Kent Hughes and the Montreal Canadiens. 25-year-old right-shot defenseman who plays on your top pair that's only getting into a sweet spot in his career. He's got a chance to be an Olympian. He's an outstanding player. And if you want to just keep building with draft picks, you're going to lose your players that have gone through the grind, the Suzukis, the Caulfields, the Slavkovskis, the Ghoulies. Bottom line is, this borders on larceny for the Montreal Canadiens and getting Noah Dobson for the 16th and 17th pick.
Well, they gave up a 16th and a 17th pick in what is a rather weak draft after the top 10, like people have said. And Emil Heineman was a very hard worker, but couldn't get out of the Montreal Canadiens' fourth line. On paper, you're right. This is a slam dunk. There's a lot to like about this deal. Talk to us about Noah Dobson. You just talked to us about his age, 25 years old, 6'4", probably about 205, 210, a right-handed defenseman. Those don't grow on trees, Craig. Every team in the National Hockey League is looking for one of those guys. I have some stats here. We talked about his hockey DB, but in year one, he plays 34 games. He picks up 7 points. He's a -1, plays about 13 minutes a game. In year two, he goes up to 46 games, 14 points. He's a +1 and 16 minutes per game. In year three, 80 games played, 13 goals, 38 assists, 51 points, -3, 21 minutes per game. Year four, 78 games, 13 goals, 36 assists, 49 points, +4, 20+ minutes per game. A couple of years, last year, 79 games, 10 goals, 60 assists, 70 points, +12, 24 minutes, and a drop-off this past season, Craig, with 29 assists instead of 60, 39 points instead of 70, and a -16 compared to a +12 the year before. His minutes were still hovering around 23 and 24, but I guess that's one of the reasons why you can pick him up for less 1 year later, because he had a decline of a season.
Well, again, you can look at the numbers and say he had a decline. That's fine. When you start to dive into it, though, you nailed it at the beginning, Tony. Where do you find these guys? He's a top pair defenseman all day long. He's a right shot top pair defenseman. 20+ minutes a night, plays on your power play, can play on your penalty kill, can play the hard minutes, and he's 25 years of age. I mean, it's unbelievable that and listen, if he had 80 points this year, he wouldn't be available. That's why it's larceny. It's larceny because you're looking at a player and go, well, we better be in on this guy because, yeah, he had a little bit of an off year, but so did the Islanders. The Islanders were, when you look at like their lack of scoring, their power play wasn't very good. I mean, that's going to hurt your numbers, right? They're one of the poorest scoring teams in the league, one of the worst power plays. Well, that's going to hurt your numbers. And that impacted. I mean, Matt Barzal was hurt for a stretch of the season, and you take out a good offensive player like that. But again, it feels to me like for the Montreal Canadiens, it doesn't feel. It's a no-brainer for the Montreal Canadiens. But this is starting to look a lot like Don Sweeney 2015. And the coincidence here is that like Matthew Darch, Don Sweeney was a month into the job when he acquired picks, those 3 picks in a row. The whole idea that Don Sweeney was trying to do was trade up to get Noah Hanifin. Well, he couldn't do it. And then we know that outside of Jake DeBrusk, the other 2 picks, Zaboral and Senyshyn, didn't turn out. It feels to me like Matthew Darch is trying to use 16 and 17 to trade up to try to get James Higgins. Now, if you project James Higgins in your 5, 6, 7 range, teams for the most part just don't trade out of those spots. You just go back and look. They don't trade down to do that. And much like Don Sweeney found out, yeah, I had all these picks, but I couldn't get up to get Noah Hanifin. Now, Matthew Darch, I think he's a smart guy. He's looking at trying to find a way to do it. That's wonderful. I like the thought, but I think it's going to take more than just 16 or 17. My friend EJ Raddick, who does work for the NHL Network, he just said to me, he goes, what about this, Craig? And so I'm going to throw it to you too. And I'm giving EJ Raddick all the credit. He said, what about Nashville picking 5? They trade 5 to the New York Islanders and Jonathan Marchessault in return for 16, 17, and Matt Barzal.
Ooh.
Well, he did. Well, think about it. Nashville needs a center. You want Higgins. Marchessault played for Patrick Roy with the Quebec Remparts and the 16-17 pick. So to me, I don't see any scenario where 16 and 17 alone gets you into the top 5-6. I just don't see it.
The only thing
you might have to add things to it.
Yeah, what I don't understand from the trade from the Islanders' perspective is that Matthew Darce said they're not going to be a rebuilding team. They told Matt Barzal he's not going anywhere. They told Bo Horvat he's not going anywhere. And in return, Noah Dobson is going somewhere. So I don't quite understand it from that respect. Now, the other thing that puzzles me here is that I totally understand what you're saying. He's making a trade to acquire 16, 17, and Heineman, hoping to flip some or all to be able to go out and acquire a James Higgins in the draft. Shouldn't this already have been a double deal where he's only going to make this deal if he already has the deal worked out where he can get a top 5, a top 6, a top 7 pick?
Yeah, I think that's the rationale. And obviously they soured on Noah Dobson. Well, listen, I've seen teams sour on players, good players that end up in really good spots. The Sabres soured on Jack Eichel. The Calgary Flames soured on Matthew Tkachuk. Way back when, the Hartford Whalers soured on Chris Pronger. He was the second overpick. Chris Pronger, arguably one of the best 5'8" defensemen ever. Think about it. He got traded. And teams sour on players for different reasons. But I like your thinking and I like your thought process there. This should have been all done in one fell swoop if you could do it.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Did the New York Islanders also sour on Devin Taves once upon a time?
Yeah, they did. That was. Well, I don't know if they soured on him. They thought it was a salary cap move.
Yeah,
it was a terrible move.
All right. There's a lot I like about this trade, but there's something I don't like about it, and maybe I'm being way too emotional here, and maybe I'm getting carried away. I don't know. You're a lot more rational than I am, so I'm going to need you to set me straight here. Lane Hutson just had an unbelievable season. He picked up a ton of points. It took Noah Dobson 5 years to do what Lane Hutson did in his first year in his rookie season. And I don't think it was as impressive as what Lane did, with all due respect to Noah Dobson. What am I getting at? We've been talking about a Lane Hutson contract extension for some time. Montreal Canadiens fans would love to have Lane Hutson under contract for the next 8 years. There could be an agreement in principle here, but I don't think there is because, of course, the Lane Hutson deal could only be announced on July 1st. If I'm Lane Hutson and I haven't signed the deal yet, I'm looking at this saying, all right, the Montreal Canadiens, we got better, and I'm happy about that. But should I not be offended by having someone come in, being given $9.5 million when I haven't signed the contract extension yet? I'm worried about that. Should I be worried?
No, you shouldn't be worried one bit. Lane Hutson's a competitor. And like any player, listen, you think Nick Suzuki, the captain's worried that Noah Dobson comes in and is making more money than him? I can guarantee you, Tony, that any player for the Montreal Canadiens has phoned Kent Hughes and go, is this true? Did we really get Noah Dobson? Like, are you kidding me? Like, this is unbelievable, Kent. Like, when can we take you out for dinner? We owe you a dinner out here. The players aren't fussed by that, because if that was the case, well, what's Caulfield thinking about? What's Nick Suzuki thinking about right now? What's Slavkovsky thinking about? They're going, we just got a really good player. And Lane Hutson's a really good player. You're going to have to pay him. Bottom line is, what you're talking about here, trust me about this. Trust me. Kent Hughes and Jeff Gorton have already thought about this. And wherever the contract discussions are vis-a-vis Lane Hutson, they know what a great player they have in Lane Hutson, and that deal will get done in appropriate time. But there's nothing where Lane Hutson's not going to be offended. Lane Hutson's going, wow, way to go. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Montreal doesn't want to drop back next year. They want to be in the playoffs.
Well, he's probably happy too, because he says if they're going to give Noah Dobson 9.5, I would imagine you're going to give Lane Hutson more. You're not?
I don't know. It all depends on where the negotiations. But you're right. Like players, Nathan McKinnon said this about Rantanen when they were trying to rationalize the Colorado Avalanche. Were trying to we can't pay more than McKinnon. McKinnon goes, I don't care. I don't care if guys hit more. I just want good players around me. Cale Makar's going to get $16 million in a few years. He goes, I just want good players. They just want good players. The prices always go up. Dollars always go up. Suzuki signed a few years back. It's a really good contract. It was commensurate with his value. Yeah, if he will sign shorter, he could get more money. He got term. He got security. That becomes important to the players. I don't know what's important to Lane Hutson. I don't know if security is important to him. I don't know if short-term money is important to him. I don't know if the fact he doesn't want to leave money on the table becomes important to him. But Lane Hutson's going to get paid. And
and rightfully
there's
so.
There's nothing to be worried about. Nothing.
You know what's impressive about this deal, besides the fact that we just talked about that 6'4" right-handed defenseman at their prime of their careers, maybe not even yet at age 25, they don't grow on trees. They go out and they acquire this kind of player, this top pairing defenseman that you just talked about, without giving up David Reinbacher in return. I think that's unbelievable.
I was shocked when I heard Reinbacher wasn't part of the deal going back to the Islanders. Wow. Just shocked.
Yeah. Just
shocked. Because to me, David is a really good player. I think David is getting to the point where he's going to come in and challenge for a spot on the Montreal Canadiens blue line. And the beautiful thing for David Reinbacher now is he has got Noah Dobson playing in front of him. He doesn't have to be extended beyond what he might be capable of for the coming season. I think it's a big win for the Montreal Canadiens not having to give up David Reinbacher. And I guess we'll wait and see what Matthew Darch does with 16 and 17. But boy, oh boy, you get a chance to get a player like Noah Dobson. Like I said, it's a no-brainer.
We have a star-studded lineup tonight on the Sick Podcast with myself, Tony Marinaro. If we can bring up the graphic, Craig Button is here, TSN hockey analyst and their director of scouting, of course. If we can bring up the graphic of all of our collaborators that'll be on tonight, Craig Button is on. Nicolas Cloutier of TVA Sport will be on. Simon the Snake Boisvert of Processus will be on. Pierre Maguire of the Sick Podcast, the Eye Test will be on. Brock Otten of McKean's will be on. Brian Wilde of Global TV Montreal will be on. Grant McCagg of Recruits will be on. So we got a really stacked show for you tonight. Craig, who would be the ideal defense partner for Noah Dobson with the Montreal Canadiens, in your opinion?
Yeah, that's I don't think it's one. I don't think it's one guy. Caden Gooley has shown such a strong capability of doing so much what I call heavy lifting. And to me, when I'm pairing up defensemen, I want them to complement one another. Noah's a really good skater. Caden's a great skater. I think that would be the first place I would try to go. I also think that Lane Hutson would be a good fit with Noah Dobson because Noah Dobson is so responsible. He's efficient. And I think for Lane Hutson to have a little bit of a security there with that type of a player would benefit Lane. All I know is this. Marty St. Louis has options. Marty St. Louis has options to be able to try some different things and to understand what might work in one situation might be better in a different situation. But when you have Hudson and you have Matheson and you have Dobson and you have Gooley and you got Struble and obviously you have Jackeye and you got Reinbacher coming and Mayu coming. This is somebody asked me, do the Canadiens have too many defensemen? Whoever said they had too many defensemen? Tony, you're old enough. I'm old enough to remember when the Montreal Canadiens had the big three, Savard, Lapointe, Robinson, and Langway and Engblom.
Of course. But they traded Langway away at one point.
And Engblom. In the same deal.
Yeah. They did.
No, but I'm just saying
the Canadiens had You're right. They're assets.
They had all five of those guys. And they won with all five of those guys. And they switched their team around a little bit when they were looking for something a little bit different. But at the end of it all, when you have different types of players that can take on different types of challenges and roles and complement other defensemen, there's not a coach on this planet that isn't excited about having more rather than having less.
And let's be honest, they really needed to add a right-handed defenseman. It was extremely important. There were too many defensemen that they played, left-handed defensemen that they played on the right side last year. Matheson was one. Lane Hutson was another. He had to get back to the left-handed side. And it gives you, once again, options. It gives you flexibility. It gives you the opportunity, if you want to start next season in Laval with Reinbacher and Mayu still there, should they need more seasoning, you don't have to rush them up at this point because Noah Dobson could be on the right side on your first pair, and Alex Carrier could be on the right side on your second pair if you want to, or it gives you so many options. You can take some of those young defensemen that you just talked about. You can use one or two of them in a trade. And also you need to be able to add someone else to that defense core who can eat up minutes, because Mike Matheson has been playing too many minutes in the last couple of years.
Exactly. That's why I say you can take the burden off of others when you have. I mean, it's not just that Noah Dobson plays 20 plus minutes. He plays 20 plus hard minutes. So that's 20 hard minutes that you don't have to put on other players' shoulders. Like, you know how significant that is? Like, that is if you just break it down to, that's 4 less challenging minutes for Matheson, 4 less challenging minutes for Hudson, 4 less challenging minutes for Gooley. Wow. How good is that?
I was thinking of something. If you miss the playoffs, you're the New York Islanders by a couple of points, and you pick up a couple of more wins, you could have made the playoffs.
No, yeah.
Do you really want to trade Dobson within your conference?
Well,
there wasn't a team out west that wanted him?
Well, I never worry about trading within your conference or your division. I don't worry about that. I think you have to look at what is the best deal for your team. And this just smells, everything about it smells like 2015 with the Boston Bruins. And again, I'm going to acquire picks. You know, they have the first overall pick, and now we want to get up higher there. You know, it seems like everything they want to do, it seems like they have a marketing plan to get James Higgins. That's what it seems like they have, which is wonderful. I'm not here to. James Higgins is a good player, but it seems like it's more about a marketing plan. And certainly the Bruins, they wanted the hometown kid and Noah Hannafin, but Don Sweeney wasn't able to pull it off. We'll see if Matthew Darch pulls it off. But the history shows you teams don't trade out of the top 5, 6, 7 to move into 16 and 17. They just don't.
And this deal also confirms something that everyone knows, right? There is no doubt about it, and there never was a doubt. The New York Islanders are going to draft Matthew Schaefer with the number 1 pick overall.
I don't think. Wait a sec. He's the best player in the draft. Okay, he is it's a no-brainer, Tony. It's a no-brainer. Matthew Schaefer is the first guy going off the board. He should be the first guy going off the board. And you think about, people talk about what about the forward. In 2008, the New York Islanders had a choice between John Tavares and Victor Hedman. John Tavares has been a really good, very, very good player in the NHL for a lot of years. He's not in Victor Hedman's class. They made a big mistake not taking Victor Hedman. And do you want to repeat the same mistake in 2025, not taking Schaefer? Go ahead. I told a number of the New York Islanders media, you know what? Local players, local kids don't sell tickets. Winning teams sell tickets. You know why everybody loves Brian Trottier and Mike Bossy and Clark Gillies and Dennis Potvin, Billy Smith? Because they won, not because they were from Long Island.
Well put. Let's bring up your top 10 list for the draft. Do we have it? We should have it. Craig Bunn's top 10 list for the draft. We'll get it in just a second, okay? But
no problem.
Craig,
no problem.
If you can tell us about your top 10 list for the draft.
Well, I mean, Schaefer's number 1. I think he's a number 1. I think he's a number 1 defenseman all day long. I think he's somebody that controls the game. You look back to the Islanders in '73, drafted Dennis Potvin, and I'm not going to say Schaefer's like Dennis Potvin. Dennis Potvin is a Hall of Famer, was a great player. But I think Schaefer has a lot of what Drew Doughty has, and the ability to control a game. And I think he's a clear-cut number 1 defenseman. Number 2 was Misa on my list, and Michael's a gifted offensive player, very skilled, can score, can make plays. All he's done is continuously shown that being a younger player playing against older competition, he excels, and it'll be interesting. Anton Frondell, I think he's like Barkov, and it wouldn't surprise me one bit, Tony, if Frondell goes number 2. That wouldn't surprise me one bit if he ends up going number 2. Number 4, I have I have Porter Martone. I think Porter Martone is like Corey Perry and the Tkachuk brothers. I think he can impact the game in that type of fashion, in that type of regard. And I think when you start, this was my mock draft. This wasn't my which is fine. And I swung, but at number 5, my number 5 guy was Roger McQueen, who I personally believe is a wild card in this draft. I think he could have been in conversation for first overall if he hadn't been injured during the season. He's a 6'5.5", number 1 center all day long.
Wow.
And I think that it'll be interesting to see where he goes. Now, this is a mock draft. I have fun with where I think somebody could go and where they could go. I don't have knowledge, but I do know that the top guys, the 6 centers that are in that group, they're going in the top 10, 12 picks. I know that. I don't know what order, but I try to make a fit. We talked about Hagens. We talked about Nashville needing a center. Flip Brady Martin, Porter Martone between Flyers and Utah. I mean, Brady Martin's a difference maker. He's a catalyst. He's a menace. Porter Martone, I just told you where he's at. Caleb Desnoyers. I mean, I watch Caleb play. I see so much of Ryan O'Reilly in his game. I see so much dogged determination, somebody that helps you. Radim Murka is that big right shot defenseman, 6'5.5". Seattle doesn't have guys like that. Jake O'Brien, another really smart, might be a little bit like Robert Thomas of the St. Louis Blues. So I think that the Buffalo Sabres could benefit from that. They could benefit from a defenseman. And then Jackson Smith, I think you start to get into an area now with some of the defensemen, Jackson Smith, Kayshawn Aitchison, where it could be. But, Jackson Smith, to me, reminded me a lot in his skating, his ability, like Shea Theodore. And the Anaheim Ducks drafted Shea Theodore back in 2013. So, that's just how I had the mock draft going. But I mentioned Roger McQueen. I think he's terrific. I think that it'll be interesting to see where he finds himself going in the draft.
All right. The dark horse in this draft, the one guy that not a lot of people are talking about that could really end up having a real nice NHL career. I know it's a tough question. Hate to put you on the spot, but I know you're used to it. Give me a name.
Jack Ivankovic, the goalie. I have him 12th on my final list. I think he's superb. I kept going and saying he's like Dustin Wolf. Well, Dustin Wolf for 5 consecutive years was the best goaltender in his league. 2 years in Everett in the Western Hockey League in the CHL, 3 years in the American Hockey League, including being an MVP of the American Hockey League. And I can't keep comparing somebody to Dustin Wolf, who was on the all-rookie team, had Vezina, who was one of the best goaltenders in the NHL, top 10 12 goaltenders in the NHL this year, and not put them high. And I think Jack is going to grow. I think his technical ability, his hockey sense, his physical abilities are all tremendous. And I think that he's got the ability to be a clear-cut number 1 goaltender. I mentioned Wolf. We look at Saros, Igor Shesterkin. That's my guy. He's not going in the first round. I think somebody's going to get a gem in Jack Ivankovic.
What do you think the Penguins are going to do with their 2 picks?
I think they'd love to get Roger McQueen at 11th. I think they would love to get Roger McQueen, and I think it would be a great pick for them. And I think that if they could get like a hard defenseman like Kayshawn Aitchison, I think that would fit the bill as they try to get more competitive right through their lineup.
With Crosby and Malkin getting older, it makes a lot of sense to me. Thanks so much, Craig Bunn, for being a big part of the show. Our regular collaborator every Wednesdays. I love this guy. Why? Because he knows his stuff, but he's a really good person. Love this guy. Thank you, Craig. We'll talk to you soon.
Hey, thank you, Tony. When you said that you were a little bit emotional, what do you expect from an Italian French Canadian? Like, of course you're a little emotional.
I hear you. Listen, I'm going to put the cards on the table. All right. I've been doing this job for about 23 years. There aren't too many hockey players that have played with the Montreal Canadiens. I respect all of them that wow me. Lane Hudson wowed me this season, and I want him to be a Montreal Canadian player for a long, long time because I want to enjoy him. I want my kids to enjoy him. I want the fan base to enjoy him. So I love the trade. I just would have taken care of Lane first and foremost because I think Lane deserves it.
But you can't take care of him first and foremost just because of the rules. So
before as well as I do.
I know, but maybe there's something done and you don't know, but we can't announce it, right? But you know what I'm going to do for you?
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do for you. I'm going to get Lane Hudson to sign a jersey personalized to Tony Marinaro. Now that I know what a love affair you have with Lane. He signed one for you already. Did he personalize it? Does it say to Tony?
No, it does not say to Tony, but we can make him add to Tony. But yeah, you know what? I got 3 jerseys in my house that are signed. Rocket Richard, Guy Lafleur, and Lane Hudson. Now you can understand my admiration for the player.
From failing hands, we pass you the torch. The yours to hold high.
Thank you, Craig Bunn. Have a great night.
Yeah, you too.
These hockey jerseys, of course, memorable, authentique. My friend Francis Benoit, who's got a great shop in Mascouche, and he gifted me this Lane Hudson jersey, which is signed, and I thank him very, very much for that. Thank you. All right, okay, we have Nicolas Cloutier. Let's do that.
Hey, Tony,
Sammy,
can you hear me well?
I can. Wow, here we go. In the offices
Straight from the office
of TVA. Yes, of course. That's a place I know well because I spent some time there during the season.
Well, I don't know. You never come say hi, so.
I never knew that you were there. Sammy in yellow at Master Control. I just sent you a number on your phone from someone. It's about someone who knows a thing or two about Noah Dobson, and hopefully we could get him on the podcast as well tonight. We have a star-studded lineup. Nicolas Cloutier. The Canadiens have been working on this for a couple of days here.
Yeah.
And we know the deal. It's picks 16, 17, and Emil Heineman. But I think you can tell us that there was maybe another deal that was on the table.
Well, yesterday my colleague Kevin Dubé from the Journal, he reported actually that there was a first formal offer that was offered to the Islanders for Noah Dobson. So the offer was along the lines of the 16th pick, a prospect which I will not name out of respect for the prospect, and another asset. So the first offer, as you know, Tony, this is all a game. This is all a waiting game, and there are negotiations going on between these teams. But the first offer was along the lines of a 16th pick, a prospect, and another asset. So, of course, what happened this morning was that the Habs made a second offer, which was a better offer than what Columbus put up. The Columbus offer is believed to be Voronkov and the 14th overall pick. So the Islanders, as you know, they needed assets because the big storyline we're following tonight is that James Higgins may very well fall in this draft, and if he falls outside the top 10, well, the Islanders, of course, would like a chance to draft the local kid. And how do you do that, Tony? Well, they do have the first overall. They're going to use it on Matthew Schaefer. But then you need draft ammunition to make that move and get Higgins. And they did just that by trading with the Canadiens.
Speaking of ammunition, the Canadiens, what ammunition do they have? Do you think that this is it? They've made their splash. We do know that they really want to bolster their top 6. In an ideal world, acquire a second-line centerman. Kent Hughes struck earlier today. Do you think there's any chance of him striking twice?
That I do not know. The one thing I do know, Tony, is that the Habs hold 2 second-round picks, and they have loads of picks later in the draft. They've traded 2, but they still have 10 picks. So they can very well move up in this draft if they want to draft in the late first round. We talk about this kid. There's a kid that always intrigues me, and this is the stud Mason West. I've reported before the combine that Mason West is a high school star quarterback out of Edina High School that is even more promising at hockey. And he decided to play hockey for his future. So very interesting storyline because you know what, Tony, at the beginning of the year, Mason West didn't even know it was his draft year in hockey. So this guy was half committed to hockey. He went to the USHL at the end of the season. And he was honestly very impressive for a kid that didn't even know he had a future in this sport. And from what I gathered, the fact that he had immediate success in a good league, which is the USHL, well, convinced him that maybe his future is the best, is more rosy in hockey. So that's why he chose hockey, and he went at the combine telling teams, I'm going to play hockey now. But the one caveat is that he is still going to play high school quarterback in the senior year with Edina. So some teams don't like it, but the potential is so tantalizing. I know the Habs interviewed him. I know the Habs like him, I think. Do they like him? Other prospects in that range? But I could see them making a move if they really like the potential of this project.
Nick, you're a hardworking guy, and if I know you the way I know you, I know that you have a scoop going into this draft. You have a scoop for us.
Okay, so an interesting storyline. Daniel Prokhorov, you know that Grant McCagg, which you're friend with, is quite high on this kid. So
he's the president of his fan club. Yes.
Yes, he is. If there's a president, that's him. So there's this giant forward from Russia out of Dynamo St. Petersburg in the MHL, 6'6". He plays in a straight line. He has excellent hands. He's very physical. Some doubts from the scouts about maybe his on-ice vision. But you know what? With these Russian players, it's always a wild card, okay? Because not all the teams get to scout these players in person because of the issues you're quite aware of. So what I know is that people close to Daniel Prokhorov, this kid has been telling people close to him in the latest days that he has a very good sense of where he's going in the draft. He thinks he knows the team that is going to draft him, which I find pretty wild, and that's why I did not report it before going on this show, because with the nature of the draft and how wild this draft promises to be, how can you know where you're going to end up? Like, it just does not make any sense. But you know what? I thought about it, and maybe he knows where he's ending up because there's a team that is ready to step up and draft him way before the other teams and much higher than we see on the lists. Either that, or he thinks he's going to slip a bit, and he knows which team really likes him. So two options for me. Either he goes much, much, much higher than expected, and I do know that Penguins, the Pittsburgh has 2 picks in the first round, 11 and 12. I know that Pittsburgh has been able to scout him in person, but I also know that the teams that scouted him the most in person this season is the Blues, and the Blues, I believe they draft just after the Canadiens around the 19th pick. So another team to follow for Daniel Prokhorov. I do not think Prokhorov will be available if the Habs step up, make a trade, and to draft late in the first round. I think he's going to be gone by then just because of his size and his tools. But yes, certainly a very interesting name to follow, Tony.
All right, okay. Sammy and Agnello at Master Control, should you have the graphic of when the teams are drafting, even if we don't have the updated one, because, of course, it still has the Montreal Canadiens at 16-17 until the draft becomes official, and it doesn't look like it has just yet. So if we can bring up that chart, which will show where the teams are drafting, we can talk about Prokhorov and where we think that he might end up at that point. So let's do so here. So the number 1 pick, of course, goes to the New York Islanders. Number 2 to San Jose. Number 3 to Chicago. Number 4 to Utah. Number 5 to Nashville. Number 6 to Philadelphia. 7 Boston. 8 Seattle. 9 Buffalo. 10 Anaheim. Once again, Pittsburgh 11. Pittsburgh via the Rangers.
Yeah, you get
12.
in that range. Pittsburgh teams with multiple first-round picks, Tony, they're in a position to make a swing. So those are the teams I would follow. Pittsburgh has 2 picks back-to-back. So that would be the start of the range, in my opinion, for Daniel Prokhorov.
Yeah, maybe we should take a look at Philadelphia, who wasn't scared to pry Michkov out of Russia a couple of years ago as well. And they probably have some intel on Russian players there as well.
They do have connections in Russia, and they have not been shy to sign players from Russia as well.
Amazing stuff. You know, we talked about the fact that it looks like the Islanders are really trying to make a play for New York-born James Higgins. It would be quite a splash that Matthew Darche, as a first-year general manager with the New York Islanders, can make if with the number 1 pick overall, he drafts defenseman Matthew Schaefer, and then he's able to make a trade or two and put himself in a position where he can draft New York-born center James Higgins. Based on the return that he got from the Canadiens, do you think he'll be able to do that? Because Craig Button had his doubts earlier on.
About what? Precisely. About Higgins or the possibility?
the possibility of acquiring Higgins with 16, 17, and Emil Heineman. It doesn't mean that they'll use all three pieces. But, he talked to us about a story when the Boston Bruins wanted to draft Noah Hannafin, and all of a sudden they ended up with 3 draft picks in a row. They had no other choice but to draft them because they couldn't make that trade to get Hannafin.
Was that the year that they drafted Zboril, DeBrusk, and Senyshyn back-to-back?
That is absolutely the year that they
draft.
did that, yes.
We know how that ended up, right, Tony?
Yes, we do. Now, Higgins, talk to me about him. Is he worth, in your opinion, going out and giving up several assets to try and acquire?
I've talked to him a couple of times. So first time at the beginning of the season, and at the combine as well. So he strikes me as a really good kid, good values, good work ethic. He has good intangibles. The one thing that is worrying scouts is he doesn't really play between the hash marks. And you've seen what the playoffs are all about, Tony. The NHL is a copycat league, and teams are trying to get at the draft players that can help them win in the playoffs. I don't know if that's Higgins. Scouts will have questions. They will wonder if Higgins has a style of play that not only is translatable to the NHL level in the regular season, but also in the playoffs where the hockey is tighter, and you really have to go to these art areas if you want to score goals. So that is not necessarily what Higgins showcased this season. The one caveat would be that Higgins is still quite clean at this point. So once he fills out his frame, he gains an extra step, and he can get to these pucks that he wasn't able to quite get to before. So he's still not a finished product. He's not mature physically yet, so that could be seen as a potential for growth from teams. But the thing is, Tony, so many other prospects, they saw their stock rise in the latest weeks or days. So Brady Martin, Caleb Desnoyers, even defenseman Jackson Smith, for example, Radim Murdoka, those are players that might be more projectable and that could leapfrog James Higgins and make him, I'm not saying it's plausible, but I could see a scenario where he falls out of the top 10. We've seen crazier things, Tony. The draft is a very fluid situation, particularly this draft. So if he does slip out of the top 10, well, at this point, Dash will have ammunition to make that splash.
Fantastic stuff. Look, obviously the Canadiens thought it was worthwhile getting rid of pick 16, 17, and Heineman for Noah Dobson, but is there a name that you're hearing that could be a late first-round pick that the Canadiens could say, you know what, let's get back in the dance. There's a player that we think we can land late, and you know what, let's try and go after him. Is there a dark horse for the Canadiens?
Yeah, so I mentioned Mason West. Another name I find interesting, and Eric Engels mentioned him in an article as well. So Will Horkoff, the son of former NHLer Sean Horkoff, he blew the competition at the Combine. He was absolutely amazing, just a horse, Tony. He played at Michigan with Michael H., so the Habs would be familiar with him. Not only that, but he played with Martin Lapointe's son, Philippe Lapointe. So the Habs are quite familiar with this kid, and the Habs will be perhaps looking at bigger players maybe. They do draft bigger players, especially out of the first round. In later rounds, usually that's what we saw in the last draft, at least. Maybe they do that in the late first round. This is certainly a project. Will Horkoff, he has the size, but he also has maybe some unpolished skills. So if you want to maybe take a swing for this kid that could maybe down the road really develop his motor skills, well, that's a really interesting target for me. Another name to keep an eye on, maybe Vaclav Nestrasil, or from the QMJHL, Bill Zona.
Fantastic stuff. Talk to me about the blue line the Canadiens are building.
Oh, yeah.
Dobson, 6'4", Gooley, 6'3", Reinbacher, 6'3", Mailloux, 6'3", Strubl's not small. Jackie's a beast. Lane Hudson's on the smaller side, but he's a beast on the ice, playing the game that he plays. Talk to me about the blue line the Canadiens are building.
So you're mentioning their size, and for good reason. One thing I will mention, they're not only big. Like, you know what, like the Canadiens under Bergevin, they built like this big, tough blue line, but not all of these defensemen were able to make a clean outlet pass and were able to skate necessarily. So these are all big guys that can actually skate as well, which is very important for Martin Saint-Louis, which is very important for his possession style driven system. So I think, you know what, Noah Dobson, he might be big, he doesn't necessarily play big. So if you're looking for a kid that maybe addresses the need for like a more nastiness in the Habs lineup, well, after seeing what we saw in the first round against the Capitals, Dobson doesn't necessarily address that, but he does bring a modern style of play. He's big and he can skate. So I think he's the perfect partner for Caden Gooley, to be honest with you.
What kind of career you think Emil Heineman could have with the New York Islanders? I mean, here's a guy who added some sandpaper to the Canadiens line. It wasn't easy to play against. We saw that the Canadiens were a better team when Heineman was in the lineup than when he wasn't in the lineup. He's got a pretty good shot, and you know what? Maybe he should have played a bigger role than a fourth line role, but is he replaceable? Yes. Is he untouchable? No. But he's the kind of guy you would have liked to have held on to. But once again, you're going to have to give up something to get something. But your thoughts on the Canadiens trading Heineman, and if they have a player in-house that could do what Heineman did this past season?
I would say Kapanen. I'm higher on Kapanen than others might be, because what Oliver has done in all professional leagues, and good professional leagues, aside from the NHL, was really just play like a very mature, professional, and efficient game. He just hasn't brought that in the NHL just yet. I think he can make that step eventually. It has not happened yet, but perhaps it will. I mean, this is a player that has all the attributes to have success. This is a very translatable game to the NHL level. And if we go back on Heineman, it was a tale of two seasons. So first half of the season, he was among the leader in rookie goals. He was doing very well, very efficient on the forecheck, very speedy winger. Second half, well, you know, the shot we saw in the first half wasn't quite there at this point. Maybe he was still recovering from that wrist injury he carried. But you know what? The release of his shot is something special, Tony. Like, I haven't seen that technique quite often among players. I don't know where he learned that, but he holds his stick like really high in his hand, and he puts so much torque on it. It's really a unique shot, and I'm looking forward to see him use that shot in a full 82-game season. I believe this is a gritty winger that can score maybe 20 goals in a consistent manner at the NHL level. But you know what? If you want to get some, you have to give up some, and that's what the Habs did. Great player.
Want to show the graphic of our collaborators that will join us this evening, and Craig Button was our first guest to join us. You're seeing and listening to Nicolas Cloutier of TVA Sports, who was at the 2025 NHL Draft Combine and knows a lot of these young players very well. Next up will be Simon Snake Boisvert. After him, it will be Pierre Maguire. From there, we go to Kyle Woodlief of the Red Line Report, and Brock Otten of McKean's, Brian Wilde of Global TV Montreal, Grant McCagg of Recruits. It's an NHL Draft Extravaganza show. We want to be your place for Montreal Canadiens coverage in the digital world. And I think this is a star-studded lineup with everyone bringing so much to the table. I think it's unbelievable. By the way, if all goes well, Mario Pulyat, who coached Noah Dobson, of course, to 2 championships, one with Le Titan de l'Acadie Bathurst in 2017-2018, and the other with Les Huskies de Rouyn-Noranda in 2018-2019. If there's someone who knows Noah Dobson like the back of his hand, it's his coach, Mario Pulyat. And if all goes well, we're going to get him on the podcast in the next couple of minutes here. All right. So
that's so interesting, because just before upping on your show, Tony, that's the guy I talked to.
Really, eh?
Yeah, I did.
Fantastic stuff. All right. So the Canadiens made a trade without trading Reinbacher, without trading Mailloux, without trading Fowler, a future number 1 goaltender for the Canadiens, a future top pairing in Reinbacher, or top 4 in Mailloux. Your thoughts as to whether or not, with all this influx of defensemen, 1 or 2 will be dealt before the Canadiens start their next season?
Well, first, it's a very interesting problem to have a lot of right-handed defensemen, Tony. You've seen that trade with Utah and Buffalo. Kesselring fetched JJ Peterka, basically. Of course, there was Josh Doan in this deal as well, but right-handed defensemen are at the premium, at the NHL level. So that's really good ammunition for Kent Hughes if he wants to make another trade, perhaps for maybe a forward if he wants to build a package out of it. The one thing with Logan Mailloux, though, is that you need to build perhaps a bigger sample size for him at the NHL level if you really don't want to sell low on him, because there's still some doubts about him, but some doubts that can be corrected with proper development and proper runway at the NHL level. So if he shows up to camp, he has a great camp, starts at the NHL level, plays some good games with the Canadiens, well, his value quite subtly rises. So he becomes a good trade chip for Kent Hughes. I don't know if right now is the timing to trade him, because you're probably going to sell low on him. Another very interesting problem, Tony, is, and I had kind of a hot take recently, is that I think you can have too many picks. So I was actually happy to see the Habs trade 2 of them. And Mark Iannetti, who has been the director of scouting for the kids, for the Kings since, I believe, like 2007, well, he said now teams are realizing that you can have too many picks. That's actually a thing. And not maybe too many picks, but you can have too many prospects. And when you have too many prospects down the road, well, it becomes a problem, because you have to pick between prospects at a time where they have not fully matured yet. So you get in a situation where you can make some mistakes.
Nick, appreciate you taking the time. Thanks so much. Great work as always. Tibi Sport, you're on the case tonight. You'll be working for them, of course. And thanks for taking the time, my man. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Tony. Appreciate that.
All right, let's bring in Shayne Gaumond, who's at Master Control. Is Shayne there? We'll try and bring in Shayne. We'll get Shayne in just a couple of minutes. Once again, we're attempting to get a hold of Mario Pulyat, who, of course, was the coach for Noah Dobson a couple of years in the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League. We have Anthony Martineau of TVA Sport is hanging out at the Bell Center. He's got a great spot, actually. It's just outside the Montreal Canadiens war room. And he had a chance to talk to several players in the last couple of weeks. And there's a lot of talk of Caleb Desnoyers. He's a boy from La Belle Province. You heard Craig Button talk about Ryan O'Reilly as a comparable. Anthony Martineau had a chance to sit down with Caleb Desnoyers, who, let's be honest here, it was going to take a miracle for him to be a Montreal Canadian. For the most part, you take a look on everyone's list, and he's top 7, top 8, going as early as 3 or 4 on some lists. Let's hear from Anthony Martineau sitting down with Caleb Desnoyers.
Noyer sur une patinoire, c'est qui?
Un centre compétitif. La grande chose, c'est que je rends les joueurs autour de moi meilleurs avec tous mes intangibles, les petits détails dans la game. Puis, vraiment, je suis un joueur intelligent qui fait des bons jeux dans des zones, puis qui est un playmaker dans la zone offensive.
Un comparable LNH pour toi, ce serait qui? Les gens sont bien visuels.
Jonathan Toews.
Tu nous as habitué, Caleb, à une production constante, impressionnante tout au long de la saison. À la Coupe Memorial, ça a été un petit peu plus tranquille cependant. Qu'est-ce que tu as à répondre aux gens qui critiquent ton rendement global au cours du tournoi de la Coupe Memorial?
Rien à répondre à ces gens-là, mais juste pour moi-même, c'était qu'un moment d'adversité. Puis je n'avais pas vécu beaucoup dans ma vie de jeune hockeyeur. Puis à la regarder avec du recul, honnêtement, c'était une des meilleures choses qui pouvait m'arriver, de pouvoir manger un peu de pain noir, puis pour qu'après ça, quand je performe, ça soit encore plus plaisant. Donc, non, j'ai vraiment juste foncé dans cette adversité-là, puis ça a bien été le dernier match.
All right, there you have it. Caleb Desnoyers, who says, I want to ask for a comparable. He says, Jonathan Toews. My comparable is Jonathan Toews. And it makes sense now when Craig Button was saying Ryan O'Reilly, because Jonathan Toews was a really good 200-foot player in the National Hockey League. Was going to be coming back to the National Hockey League, by the way, after a couple of years off, joining his native Winnipeg, Manitoba, and the Winnipeg Jets. Ryan O'Reilly, a very good 200-foot player who won the Stanley Cup with the St. Louis Blues, if I'm not mistaken, back in 2019. So really good two-way players there. And so it gives you an idea of what kind of player he is. He was asked about the Memorial Cup, which was disappointing for him. He was great in the regular season for his team. He was great in the playoffs for his team. en route to a championship. But when they got to the Memorial Cup, Caleb Desnoyers was rather quiet. There was a drop-off in production, of course. And he said, listen, it was a moment of adversity. He had a great year for the Moncton Wildcats, once again, winning the President's Trophy, 84 points in 56 games, picked up 30 points in 19 games in the playoffs. But once again, in the Memorial Cup, was a little bit more difficult. 6'2", over $180 from St. Hyacinthe, Quebec. Shoots left, centerman, just what the doctor ordered for the Montreal Canadiens, and it looks like one team is going to be very, very lucky to have him. It'll be a bathroom break for me, I think. It's going to be a long show today, by the way. We're going to go up until at least, I would say, 9:15, 9:20. We'll see what happens. We had planned for the show, of course, to go up until that time because we thought the Canadiens, there was a chance that they were going to draft 16 and 17. Mind you, I have been saying all along that I thought the Montreal Canadiens were going to trade one of the two picks for sure, and I thought there was a chance they would trade both. It's still unofficial at this point. But Kevin Weeks of the NHL Network telling us earlier today that, that deal is done. The Canadiens for Noah Dobson gave up pick 16, 17, and Emil Heineman in the draft. Set to join us in about 4 or 5 minutes' time, Simon Snake Boisvert. Mario Pulyat, who coached Noah Dobson a couple of seasons in the queue, he'll join us as well. Pierre Maguire is around the corner as well, so it's going to be a really, really busy show, and I think we should be getting producer Shayne on any minute here. Do we have him? He may have some connection issues. Shayne,
how's it going, everybody?
We're doing extremely well. Your thoughts on the Canadiens acquiring Noah Dobson?
Tony, I am also doing extremely well. Sharing the sentiment here. I was in the gym when the news broke, so safe to say that was my pre-workout. I got a little bit more juice. I could lift heavier when I saw that. No, it's fantastic news, and I posted the fact that it feels good to have competent management in this team. Finally, someone willing to take big swings, go for the big fish, and know the right time to do it. This is perfect. The fit, the age, the cost, everything. I have no notes. Congratulations to Kent Hughes, Jeff Gorton, and the Canadiens management. What a steal.
I mentioned to Craig Button, I love the deal. The Canadiens went out, they acquired a 6'4", 25-year-old right-handed defenseman who 1 year ago put up 70 points, who logs 24-plus minutes a game, who can play the power play. Defensemen like this are not easy to come about. They gave up a 16th pick in a draft that's rather thin after top 10, a 17th pick in a draft that's rather thin after top 10. Emil Heineman, who for the most part played on their fourth line this season. I love the trade. I love everything about it. He's going to take Mithitz away from Matheson. They needed to add a right-handed defenseman. They can take time now with Reinbacher and or Mailloux in the American Hockey League should they need more time. There's so many reasons that I love the trade. There's only one thing I don't like, only one. And Craig told me, don't worry about it. It's going to be okay. And that is, I would have loved for them to have taken care of Lane Hudson's contract situation before going out and giving a player from the outside the highest contract that the Montreal Canadiens have to offer right now. So the two highest contracts they have, Noah Dobson's 9.5 came from another team, acquired in a trade. And the other one, of course, was Patrick Laine, came from another team, acquired in a trade. But for Dobson, like you would think that for the Canadiens, getting Lane Hudson signed to a contract extension would be a priority. Now, once again, Hudson signing, if I'm not mistaken, could only be announced as of July 1st onwards. Maybe there's a deal in place. I don't think there is. I haven't heard that there is. And that's why this is the one thing that bothers me. I would have taken care of Hudson first because now that Hudson, and I know a lot of people are going to say, well, he loves the game. He loves the Canadiens. Folks, I love the radio game too. I love the podcast game too. I want to get paid for what I'm worth. I mean, that's just it's the way it is, right? Okay, everyone has to eat, and take a look at me, and I eat a lot. Everyone deserves to get paid. based on what they're worth. I think Lane Hutson's worth a lot. I think what he did this year in his first year is unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
I like Noah Dobson as a player. I do. I know a lot of Islander fans are going to show all of his bloopers now and make it look like he's the worst defenseman in the world. He makes mistakes like everybody. But if I'm Lane Hutson, I mean, I guess the bright side is going to be, I guess I'm going to get a lot more than that. But if there's a not so bright side, he might be saying to himself, yeah, you know what? Would have been nice if I would have signed the contract extension. I'm always looking for that respect. Look, the Canadiens are in good hands with Kent Hughes and Jeff Gordon. They're both very, very good communicators. They're both people persons, but I know they know what they're doing. I'm just a little bit worried about it.
It also depends on how much the cap is set to go up, right? We have an estimate. We have an idea of how much it's set to go up. We don't actually know, right? So the cap going up, I think, makes this contract very palatable, even for Hudson. And I think Hudson was always going to get more than 9.5 anyways. So this really doesn't change much in my view. I don't know whether the Habs will want to sign him on July 1st or will want to wait out this season. Maybe that's what Hudson wants to do as well. Maybe he thinks he can even do better and fetch even more money. I don't know. I'm not his agent. I'm not Lane. But like you said, I fully trust Kent. So far, contract-wise, has he given us any reason to doubt his abilities to negotiate? I mean, the cap management so far, and credit to John Sedgwick as well, who's involved in that. The cap management on this team during the rebuild has been phenomenal.
You're right about that. Shayne, I'm going to give you an opportunity to welcome into the Sick Podcast Simon Snake Boisvert, who's going to be with us for about 20 minutes or so. And so you do that, and then I'll come back in about 5 minutes' time. I'm just going to set everything up here, TV, everything, as we get ready for the 7 p.m. draft. Snake, welcome to the Sick Podcast. I'll be with you in a couple of minutes. I'm just going to leave you with Shayne Gaumond, and I'll be back in a second.
Good.
Absolutely.
Cheers.
Take care of business, Tony. I'm in good hands as well because I got Simon the Snake Boisvert. Simon, how are we doing tonight?
Doing great, Shayne. Actually, I can probably stay till 6:45 if you guys want me around.
Hey, that's a great offer. We'd love to have you around as long as we can. This is your night, right? You spend most of the year looking ahead at the draft, and finally it comes together today and tomorrow in LA. I mean, I don't even know where to begin. I think we can wait for Tony to talk Dobson. Let's talk a little draft here.
Okay.
I want to get some of your takes, and let's stick on the Islanders. How about that? Do you think that the Islanders are going to be able to package 16 and 17 to move up and hopefully get Higgins?
Well, I think it's going to be tough because usually teams that pick in the top 5 don't trade their picks. I mean, historically, I think it's been 22 years since a top 3 pick was traded.
Yeah.
Second of all, I think they know why the Isles want to move up, probably for James Higgins. So they might ask for a higher price than the Isles are willing to pay.
That's it.
But nevertheless, I mean, they still got 16 and 17. Darsh said he wasn't going to do a rebuild, but obviously that first move seems like he's doing a rebuild.
If you read between the lines,
see what the next moves are going to be. I mean, is he going to keep all the other veterans like Sorokin, Barzal, Horvat, and company? We shall see. I think he was stuck. I think Dobson was not going to resign next year.
No,
so
exactly.
Instead of keeping him as trade bait for February, like a rental player, he decided to pull the trigger right away and get some assets right away. I don't know if he would have gotten more in February. I doubt it, because still 2 mid-round first picks, it's not bad.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's really not bad. Depending on what he does with them, it's really not bad. And so we'll see. Right now, the Islanders' strategy, it's still up in the air. Maybe the Dobson case was an aberration, and it's not a rebuild. Mm-hmm. But I'm surprised that they kind of shifted from what we hear. They kind of shifted from wanting established players to draft picks.
It's the sickest podcast. Tune in for the audio, or you can even watch back. Giving players all the props, or put them on blast. We don't give no hot takes, only talk facts.
All right, I'm back. Once again, I don't know. I think it was a technical issue with Shayne, but Snake Boisvert is here. Pierre Maguire will join us in the next 7 or 8 minutes or so. Snake, your thoughts? I would imagine that Shayne asked you, but your thoughts on the deal. I'd love to hear your opinion on it.
Yeah, we spoke about the draft. We didn't talk about the Dobson trade yet.
Go ahead.
We're waiting for you,
We
Tony.
only
We're
talked
waiting.
about the Islanders side of it. Now, for the Habs side of it, I like that trade very much. The thing is, you know how I value draft picks and everything, but Dobson's only 25 years old. So you get a 25-year-old Dobson who signed for 8 years. I mean, to me, it's as good as getting a mid-round first pick who's only going to help in 3-4 years, and you don't even know how good he's going to be, because Matthias Brunet and I, we talked about it a lot in the last few weeks, and we figured that history shows that if you have the 16th and 17th pick, let's say, chances are you're going to get perhaps one good player out of 2, and chances of getting a really big impact player are kind of like, I don't know, 20-25%. So I like the deal for the Habs, but it's not only, look, Dobson he's not going to be a superstar. But what I really like about him is that the fact that, first of all, he's very consistent. You know what you're getting with this guy. You know the type of player you're getting. Takes the puck out of the zone, contributes offensively without being necessarily a McCarr or Hughes. When he's in the offensive zone, he goes to the net. He goes to the corners. Defensively, he's not going to give you like these big checks. He's not going to clean up the front of the net, but he's a presence. You know, he's 6'4". And I think ever since he was with Acadie Batters, like, I don't know, 8-9 years ago, I've always seen the same Dobson. And I like that about him. I think he's a number one defenseman, not necessarily in the first tier of the league, but he's a second tier number one defenseman, which is very good.
Guys, news that broke out of Florida about 8 minutes ago, and 8 is the number. Sam Bennett signs an 8-year contract extension at $8 million per year. We talked about the fact that Florida needed to hold on to Sam Bennett. We talked about the fact that Florida is a nice place to play. And we talked about the fact how many teams would want to have Sam Bennett, but he'd be crazy to leave Florida. He's not leaving Florida. He's staying there for 8 more years at $8 million. Shayne, I know that you're on the lookout for any breaking news, developing stories. So I'll say goodbye to you, and I'll say hello to you a little bit later. And we'll bring in Pierre Maguire, who will join Snake Boisvert and myself. I'm not so sure that you gentlemen have met before in the past.
Never.
But Pierre Maguire, Simon Snake Boisvert, does some scouting work for Les Olympiques de Gatineau. And Snake, Pierre Maguire needs no introduction. So here you go. Say hello.
Nice meeting you, Pierre.
Great to talk to you, Snake. By the way, Luc Robitaille and I spent a lot of time together the other day at the Hall of Fame, and Jeremy Roenick's a kid that went to my hockey school for a long time. So there you go with Gatineau, a little tie-in with the Olympic.
Very nice history.
And Charlie Henry's one of the best guys I ever met in hockey.
Oh, yeah. A great history with that team. That's what we're trying to selling to young Americans, you know, who we're trying to get to play in Gatineau.
Yeah.
We talk about Jeremy Roenick, although some of them, their parents were like 10 years old when he was in Gatineau.
Yeah.
But that's okay.
Pierre Maguire,
Snake, that I'm old? What do you say? I'm old.
Pierre Maguire is not the only one to say a nice thing or two about Charlie Henry. Another one, the great one, Wayne Gretzky, has had a lot of really nice things to say about Charlie Henry. They go back a long way as well. Pierre, you heard Simon's opinion, what he told us about Noah Dobson. How do you feel about this player, Pierre?
What I really like what Snake just said was spot on. You know what you're getting from the player. And the biggest thing about Noah is you know the offensive side and you know the first pass ability of him coming out of his own zone where he needs to get better. And it's no secret around the National Hockey League, from the hash mark to the icing line and from the icing line to the corner of the net, he needs to be better in one-on-one coverage. He's a big guy. He's going to get better at it. I think Stefan Robida does a great job making players better. In Montreal, Alex Carrier is Exhibit A. I think Lane Hudson got better. He went along this season defensively. So there's a lot to like. All that being said, this is a tremendous move by the upper management of the Montreal Canadiens. This is really a game-changing thing. You'd be hard pressed, and I'd love to hear what Snake has to say, Tony. You'd be hard pressed to find a defense in the NHL right now, 1 through 10, that's better than Montreal's. You'd be hard pressed to do that.
Snake?
Well, I think if you do some projection, their top 4 seems really interesting with Goulet, Reinbacher, Hudson, and Dobson. So that should be locked up for a few years. They also have Madison and Carrier, which are, if these guys become 5 and 6, I mean, this is fantastic. But I don't know if they're going to keep Madison around. And they still have a few young players coming up. I like Adam Engstrom in Laval. I'm not so sure, my opinion on Mayu. But overall, I think the defense is going to be in pretty good shape.
And I look at Tony and Snake, just to be fair, I look at Jaden Struble, who's still getting better. I look at Arbor Jackeye, who's still getting better. I think Reinbacher is going to be a shutdown guy that's going to be really important. And I know he's bigger than Gustav Forsling and maybe doesn't have the same pedigree right now. But I remember when Gustav Forsling was getting kicked around the league from Chicago to Vancouver to Carolina to Florida. David Reinbacher's not getting kicked around by anybody. So I'm just saying, he's got the potential to grow into something like that. I'm just saying, I think 1 through 10 right now, the Montreal Canadiens are as deep as any defense in the National Hockey League.
Pierre, Craig Bunn had a couple of comments which I'd love for you to expand on. One was, he said he was shocked when he heard the deal go down that the Canadiens were able to acquire Noah Dobson and didn't have to give up David Reinbacher. Your thoughts?
I totally agree. Dumbfounded by it, but I also know there's probably an organizational need in New York where they want to have more offense. There's a new general manager there. Patrick Roy is the coach. He wants to play some run and gun hockey, I think, to get his guys going offensively. I'm not saying Heineman's a perfect fit for that, but he can give you some offense and some speed and some forecheck ability. I don't think they're done making moves with the Islanders yet. I think there's more to come for them. But the other thing is they're going to draft, obviously, first overall. And I'm really comfortable saying this being part of the team that drafted Christopher Pronger. Matthew Schaefer's legit. He's a big-time star player, Tony. And Snake knows that from scouting him. Canada doesn't win a medal at the World Junior this year because he breaks his collarbone at the World Junior. I'm totally convinced of that. So we got to remember that, too. Maybe they don't get David Reinbacher, but they're getting a heck of a player, Matthew Schaefer.
Snake, you scouted Matthew Schaefer considerably. I know the big question always, it's a sexy question, is give us an NHL comparable. Does someone come to mind?
Oh, man. Tony, this is really not my cup of tea, giving these comparables. I can tell you about the player, however.
Tell me about the player.
Well, he skates like the wind. I think he's very good at handling the puck. And he can make defenders look really silly sometimes. And what I really liked about him is that he dominated at every level that he played this year, even though he didn't play a lot. He played in the OHL, he was dominant. He played at the CHL, USHL game, he was dominant. He played at the Linka Gretzky tournament, he was dominant. And at the World Juniors, that game and a half that he played, he was the best player on the ice. Mm-hmm. So I had him pretty much from wire to wire, because I remember one of the first episodes I did on my podcast in September, I had him number 1. And he didn't disappoint me, although I was very, I was disappointed that he had mono and that he didn't play past Christmas, but I'm not worried about his injury. I mean, it's not like a Roger McQueen or Caden Lindstrom type of injury. I mean, he broke his clavicle. Connor McDavid broke his clavicle in his first season, and I mean, there's no consequences.
You know what, Tony, I would say right now, you want a comparable, and I hate to do this to players, but I'm really comfortable doing this. Cale Makar is the same. I watched Cale Makar in the Alberta Junior Hockey League. I watched Cale Makar go to the University of Massachusetts at Amherst, play for Greg Carville, in his second year win the Hobey Baker. And I watched Cale Makar in his first ever NHL game. I actually broadcasted. This kid, I'm not saying he's better than Cale Makar. The characteristics of the player are very similar to Cale Makar.
That's unbelievable. Pierre, the other comment that Craig made was, I thought he was being very diplomatic and classy, and I know what he was trying to say. He said this reminded him of when Don Sweeney was trying to acquire Noah Hannafin. And in the end, he ended up stockpiling a bunch of picks, and he wasn't able to get him. And they had 3 picks in a row, which unfortunately didn't do too well in. But he said, Matthew Darche, this looks like a play to try and stockpile a bunch of picks to try and make a play for James Higgins at one point. And he goes, I don't know if he's going to be able to do so or not. But, then Craig brought up, we're talking about a general manager who's been in his chair for a couple of months here. Respectfully, do you think that Kent Hughes picked an opportunity to make a trade with a lesser experienced general manager?
No, I don't. And I'll tell you why. I feel really comfortable saying this. There's a lot of pressure on him to get James Higgins. There's a lot of pressure, especially with Matt Martin, who's a fan favorite, going away. Cal Clutterbuck has gone away from there. There's a lot of pressure. The fan base on the island really wants James Higgins. I can speak about James Higgins till the cows come home. I know his game intimately. He's not ready to play in the NHL next year. I think the Islanders are aware of that. He's not. He's not ready. He's not big enough. He's not strong enough. He's like Jack Hughes. And when you think back to Jack Hughes as an 18-year-old, there were a lot of injuries involved because he wasn't physically ready. Athletically, he was ready. Physically, he wasn't. So there's no question in my mind, if they get James Higgins, he's going back to play for Greg Brown at Boston College, which is a good thing, not a bad thing. But that kid learned so much this year playing with Gabe Perreault and Ryan Leonard. Just telling you straight up, he played with two guys who are in the NHL. He learned a ton.
But Pierre, if the New York Islanders would have made a move to move down in the draft so that they can acquire a second pick and have, let's say, picks 1 and 6 or 1 and 7 or 1 and 5 or whatever, we would have heard about it by now, obviously, with all the leaks, and we haven't, which leads us to believe they have not made a deal yet to move up in the draft. My question to you as someone who was a general manager in the National Hockey League is, I understand the concept, and I asked Craig the same question, but wouldn't you go out to try and make sure that you have a deal in place where you can move up in the draft before making this kind of deal?
They maybe already did, but here, can I just say one other thing? And I agree with everything you just said. I agree with. Here's the one thing, though. There's a bunch of shifting sand because there's big pressure on Donnie Sweeney at 7 in Boston. I don't think Higgins is going to San Jose if they keep the pick. I don't think he's going to Chicago if they keep the pick. I don't think he's going to Utah if they keep the pick. I think Nashville's taking Caleb Desnoyers. I really do. I believe that's where he's going. I don't think Philly's taking him. So where's he going first? Probably 7 to Boston. So I think they've already had discussions with Boston. But I know for a fact, and I think you guys do too, I think Snakes are aware of this too, Columbus has 14 and 20, picks 14 and 20. They tried to make a deal. But 16 and 17 is probably better in their eyes on the island than 14 and 20. And they must have somebody internally that really likes Emil Heineman. Just telling you. So I can see why the Islanders did this. But if they don't get Higgins, it doesn't mean they're in bad shape. There's going to be a lot of guys because this is a crazy draft. Snake, you know it as well as I do. This is one of those. Look, and I've been doing this. This is my 36th draft. 36th. And I'm just telling you right now, this is as weird a draft as I've seen.
Snake, let's bring up your picks. We have them here. We have a graphic. You got Matthew Schaefer at 1. You got Michael Mies at 2. You got Caleb Desnoyers at 3. Anton Frondel at 4. Jake O'Brien at 5. Braden Martin at 6. Carter Bear at 7. James Higgins at 8. Porter Martone at 9. Benjamin Kindle at 10. Eklund at 11. Simpson at 12. Carbonneau at 13. McQueen at 14. Reed at 15. Reshny at 16. Zarovsky at 17. Smith at 18. Murtka at 19. And Murtaugh at 20. Talk to me about Caleb Desnoyers. Pierre Maguire brought him up. He says his comparable, Caleb says of himself, is Jonathan Taves. Craig Budden gave a comparable of Ryan O'Reilly. What can you tell us about this player that obviously you feel very highly about? You have him going third. Third on your list.
Just a little disclaimer. This is not a mock draft. Because obviously, I'm not stupid. I knew Cooper Simpson is not going to be picked in the top 20. This is a personal top 20 list that I would bring to the table if I were chief scout for the NHL. So that's just a disclaimer for our audience.
Okay.
I have Desnoyers at 3 because I feel that Desnoyers is one of these guys amongst all these centermen who for sure is going to play center in the NHL. That's one thing that's very important to me. Second of all, he might not be the flashiest player And I remember when I was at the Memorial Cup in Rimouski, there were fans, talking to me. They were disappointed that the guy wasn't carrying the puck, from one end to the other. That's not his game. His game is finesse. He has an excellent vision, and he does a lot of very, very subtle plays that lead to goals, although even sometimes he doesn't even get an assist on it. So I think this is a guy who should not go past number 5. I saw Bill Armstrong and Barry Trotz, who were there for his games in Rimouski. Look, it doesn't mean anything, but, GM showing up to watch a player, and if they like him, I assume that he was their scouts liked him. I don't see him past number 5.
Wow. Pierre?
I think that's what I've been saying. I think he's going to Nashville at 5. So I completely agree with Snake. It's a great evaluation from Snake. I saw Jonathan Toews at Shattuck St. Mary's. Saw Jonathan Toews be a stick boy for the 05 World Junior team in Grand Forks, North Dakota. I watched Jonathan Toews win World Junior Gold in 06 in Vancouver and 07 in Leksand, Sweden. There are a lot of similarities. There's no way I'm saying that Caleb Desnoyers is better than Jonathan Toews, but the characteristics of the way he plays are very, very similar. And all this kid ever does, and Snake knows this, all he does is win. He wins everywhere he goes. I watched his father play with Marty Brodeur and St. Hyacinthe, Tony. That's how old I am.
Wow. That's a pretty good endorsement of the player, guys. All right, okay. You got Jake O'Brien going number 5. Talk to me about him, Snake.
Yeah, I like this guy. I think he's sneaky good in the sense that, again, he's not the flashiest player, but this is a guy who generates offense, who will probably stay at center. I think he's very, very dangerous about the net, around the net, either like shooting or passing. And I think he's going to be a point producer in the NHL. And the thing is, he plays in the OHL. I find that OHL forwards, no one's easy to scout, but OHL forwards are probably the safest bets when you do some scouting on players, because the OHL is probably the closest league to what the NHL is. And to me, O'Brien is a point producer. I know he gets a lot of points on power plays. Some people are worried about this, but you know what? There are power plays in the NHL too. So I think he's got to get stronger. I don't think he's ready for the NHL before 2 years. But once he's there, I think he's a solid top 6 center.
Guys,
but another really good scouting report. Here's the thing. Their power play in Brantford was unbelievable. And he was force feeding the puck to Nick Lardis all the time. Lardis had 71 goals this year, Tony. Most of those goals came on assists from Jake O'Brien. But here, I'm really comfortable telling you this. I remember watching Dylan Strome, and Snake, I don't know if you were watching Dylan when he was playing junior.
Yeah.
I see Jake O'Brien, Tony, and I see Dylan Strome. The power play specialist part of his game is huge, but it took Dylan Strome a little while to get going 5-on-5 in the NHL. That's what I see happening with Jake O'Brien. He's an NHL player. You're not going to go wrong on him because he's going to get enough points, especially in the power play. But you're going to have to be patient because it's going to take a little time for him to get up to the NHL speed, especially as a top 6 forward. But once he does, he's going to be a really good offensive player.
Guys, Mario Pulyat coached as a head coach, assistant coach in the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League for over 10 years. During that span, he won 2 championships. In 2017-18 with Le Titan de l'Acadie Bathurst, and in 2018-2019 with Les Huskies de Rouyn-Noranda. On both occasions, he had a blue liner on his team by the name of Noah Dobson, who did really well. Mario is here by phone with us right now. Mario Pulyat, comment ça va?
Ça va bien, toi?
Ça va très bien. Thank you for doing this, Coach. I'm with Pierre Maguire and Simon Boisvert. We appreciate you taking the time. Montreal Canadiens fans would love to have intel on this player, Noah Dobson. Obviously, you know him better than most. What can you tell us?
But to be honest, it's a great trade for both ways. It's good for the Canadian, but it's good for Noah at the same time, because I do believe Noah is gonna be in the age group of the top players of the Habs, and the style of their system is going to help Noah to help the Canadiens to reach out their objective to win a Stanley Cup. And at the end of the day, for me, Noah is he's good when he's playing under a team create time possession. His hockey IQ is so good. Other than that, he's an effortless skater, and he is poised with the puck is make him very special. And I do believe he's going to be a huge addition to the Habs.
Pierre?
Completely agree with Mario on that. And again, Mario would know this better because he would be involved with running battle drills when Noah was playing for him. That's the one aspect that's going to have to get better, in my opinion, if he's going to take that next step and be an elite, number 1, 2, 3 guy for an NHL team that's competing for a Stanley Cup.
Well, I agree with you, Pierre, because it's kind of Dobby is not if the Montreal fans are waiting for a physical D and being really tough at one-on-one, Dobby is not the type of D. He's a guy who's going to use his feet. He's a guy who's going to use his stick, and he's going to be always in the D side. He's going to work with his stick to keep the opponent outside, away from the net. And that's the people in Montreal. They have to know that he's defending with his feet, with his stick, and he's really good with the puck, and his anticipation is so good too. So for me, I do believe he's going to be a perfect fit with the Martin St. Louis system there.
I was just going to ask you about Martin St. Louis and his system, and also talk about Stéphane Robitaille. We saw how good they were for Michael Matheson 1 season ago. I think he had 62 points. This past season, Lane Hudson got close to 70 the way he was playing, and he was doing that in his rookie season. And he made some mistakes. We'll call them learning moments. And when he went back, they gave him the tap on the back. They didn't have to tell him what he did wrong. He knew what it was, but they put him back on the ice, and they made him play his game. And I think that's what you're trying to stress to everyone right now, is that the Canadiens will allow Dobson to play his game.
And keep going. Sorry.
Continue, please.
No, it's kind of totally agree with you, because Dobby is a type of guy, he wants to make play. He's not a type of guy who's going to use the window to break out. He's going to try to find an open blade to find the next play, and he's really good at that. And I do believe that the system, the way Stéphane Robitaille is handling the D there, is going to be really good for Dobby. That's why I'm saying is I still believing it's a perfect fit for him and the Habs, and he's gonna bring a lot of offense, and he's gonna be reliable defensively. And it's clear, I do believe it's kind of if we talk about point, he is gonna have less than he got in New York Islanders, because at the end of the day, he was always on the first power play, and now he's going to probably be on the second wave. So his point, kind of, if we talk about point, I do believe it is going to decrease a bit. But when I look at the Habs decor with Goulet, Dobby, Madison, Carrier, and those guys, the Habs are in a really good end right now.
Coach, out of the defensemen that you just talked about, which one do you think would probably be the best defense partner for Noah Dobson for the upcoming season, and why?
Well, for me, it's Kevin Goulet, because when we were at the Mem Cup in Halifax, so he was playing for a PI, kind of Prince Albert, and I really like the fact the way Kevin Goulet is defending. He's physical. He's defending first, and I do the combo with Dobby is gonna be pretty good. So Dobby is more taking care of the offensive side of the game. He's gonna join the rush. He's gonna be very active in the O zone, and Goulet will take care of the defensive task and the physicality and blocking those shots. So for me, I'm thinking Goulet might be the best one, but Madison could be a really good option too.
Simon Snake Boisvert of Les Olympiques de Gatineau. You have a great podcast going with Mathias Brunet of La Presse newspaper, and you both have work. You're going to be working the draft starting in about 20 minutes or so with Mathias. So before we let you go, would you have a question for Coach Pouliot?
Wow. I didn't prepare for this because pretty
That's
much
okay.
pretty much Mario summed it up. I mean, everything he knows about Dobson, he just said. So I don't think I have any. No, I don't think I have any questions.
Well, I do. So on that note, good luck with Mathias tonight and continue doing what you're doing with Processus. We'll talk to you soon, Snake Boisvert. And merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Bye, Pierre.
Bye, Snake. Thank you.
Bye,
Coach,
Snake.
I want to get back to your time when Noah Dobson. He was a big part of 2 championship teams that you coached. Can you give me a moment on the ice with Dobson and one on the ice, and one off the ice, where he impressed you and you turned to your assistant or you said to yourself, wow, one moment on the ice, one moment off the ice?
It's pretty easy to answer. First of all the credit to Sylvain Couturier and André Lévesque who drafted him 6 overall in the Q League. So the first moment was off the ice before his first practice at the training camp. So we were doing our team activation. So it took kind of 15 minutes. Then after that, Dobby was doing his own activation. And it was taking it was around 20 minutes. And I was looking at him. He showed me a lot of kind of maturity right there. He was taking care of all the detail, but he was doing that, to be honest with you. The last game I coached him in the Mem Cup in Halifax, he was doing the same type of preparation. So for me, the first day I saw him off the ice during his activation was a big wow. I said to myself, to my assistant coach, this guy's going to become an NHL player, because some players are saying, I want to become an NHL player. He was doing whatever it takes to get there, and all the credit to him. He showed me he was already at 16 years old, a pro. Then, and off the ice, I'll say was more his anticipation, the way he was receiving the rush against. And I can remember how many passes he cut and counterattack the opponent. So for me, it's kind of, and it was the way he was handling the puck. He was never using the window, because for him he was always looking to find a tape passes, and he wants to make sure that passes is going to connect to make sure we're going to keep that puck. So, and for me, even at 16, 17, 18, he impressed me the way he was handling all the pressure around him and around those 2 Mem Cup final.
Pierre, you have a question for Coach Pouliot?
I do, because Montreal is such a hard market to play in. How's he going to respond to the pressure of playing in Montreal with the scrutiny every night, Mario?
For me, it's kind of more the pressure is on, better he is. And he's very calm. When those moments happen, he's still the same. He's kind of very calm. He's doing his own stuff. And he believe on his talent and the way he's playing the game. And me, I'm not worried about him, kind of the way he's going to handle the pressure. I was texting with him just before, and he's really happy to come in Montreal. And it's going to be, like I said, a great addition. And I'm not worried with him about the way he's going to handle the pressure in Montreal.
6'4", over 200 pounds. Does he play as big as his size?
No, he's not playing kind of a 6'4" and 200 some pound. Like I said, he's using his brain, using his stick to defend, using his feet, and he's always at the right spot. So for me, it's don't kind of. I just hope people won't expect him to be very physical. He's not the type of D. He's a two-way offensive D. He's gonna join the rush. He's gonna find Blade, and he's gonna create offensive time. He's gonna fit perfectly in Martin St. Louis system, and he's good to defend too. When he was playing under our two team, he was facing top player, and for me, the best defense is the best offense. So when you have the puck, is the best defense for me. So it's pretty easy to figure it out.
Coach Pouliot, it took Canadiens players a while to figure out Lane Hutson, the way he played the game. Patrick Laine joked at one point that he said, I don't even know how this guy plays. Someone has to explain it to me. Caden Gooley said he heard Lane Hutson in a conversation once with head coach Martin St. Louis, and he was lost. It was going too fast for him. He said he had no idea what they were talking about. My question to you is, should the opportunity arise that Noah Dobson, who's a right-handed defenseman, plays with Lane Hutson, who's a left-handed defenseman, will he be able to think the game at the same level that Lane Hutson thinks the game and see the game the same way he does?
That's a really good question, to be honest. I do believe it's going to be interesting for the Habs coaches to try that duo, because I'm pretty much sure they will connect all together, and they will be able to make really good plays. But it's kind of, it depends for sure, if let's say if the Habs are trailing by 1 or by 2, I will be kind of more than ready to use those two together to generate offense, to try to go get a huge goal. But at the end of the day, for me, you have to kind of, if you're able to split your offense, your defensive guys on some pairing, it's pretty good. It's going to give you more depth. So, but it depends. Every game is different. And for me, at the end of the day, if you need a goal, might be a really good option to use those two together. Is going to be probably electric when they're going to be at the same time on the ice.
We'll definitely respect the private conversation that you had with Noah Dobson earlier today. Is there anything that you can share? Maybe something that he said that you said, oh, you know what, that's kind of cool.
No, to be honest, it was kind of, I just sent him a text, first of all, to welcome in Montreal, and secondly was congrats on the contract extension. And he just said, I'm really happy to go there. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun to be part of a young, kind of talented team, and having the chance to win. Because at the end of the day, Noah Dobson, he just want to win. So that's why, and he was happy in Long Island. He was saying to me, Patty was pretty good 4-2, but at the end of the day, it's more, I do believe it's more a business decision than a hockey call.
Coach Pouliot, we thank you so much for taking the time. I will keep you just a little bit longer. I hope you don't mind. I'd like to know Noah Dobson in the locker room. Well, is this a player that is just, he does his own thing? Is this a player that will stand up and give his opinion, that will talk to the players? Is this a player who's a leader, a follower? What kind of player are we talking about in terms of locker room player?
He's a quiet leader. He's leading by the example, just the way he was always preparing for each game, every practice. And that's probably the most impressive for me. When you prepare for a game, still it's a game, but he was doing the same preparation for a game. And in the dressing room, he was not talking that much, but when he was talking, everyone was listening. And he, like I said, he's a smart guy, and everyone was respecting him and was respecting what he was saying. And at the end of the day, it's not how many times you're talking in the dressing room. is more about what you're saying. So for me, and when you're going out there, you're able to walk the talk. So
how big a part of your championship teams was he?
That's he was kind of in batters was different because he was only 17, I believe, or 18. So he was surrounded by Olivier Galipo, Adam Alwell was an overage player, and the other one was Michael Ivan. So was our top four there. But when we got him in 01 for the 2019 the 19 Cup, it was kind of he was our guy. So he was playing more than I do believe in the Men Cup final in Halifax. He played 38 minutes, but with the three TV timeout, he's an effortless skater. It's kind of easy to. It was part of our game plan the way we were using him, and for me, he was kind of our big piece with Raphaël Harvey-Pinard for the second Cup in a row.
That's unbelievable. They played 38 minutes the Memorial Cup.
Yeah, but it's pretty much the same than Sam Dickerson this year at the Men Cup in Rimouski. Yeah. So in the final, he played 38, I do believe. And when we faced them in the OHL final, he was playing, to be honest with you, average every game was playing more than 32, and he was as good at the last minute than the first second. So he's a horse.
Wow. Thank you so much, Coach Pouliot, for all the great content that you gave us tonight, all the great information. We appreciate you doing this under very short notice. And once again, merci beaucoup. Bonne soirée.
Merci, Mario. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. Pierre Maguire, it's a big night for you because I know that you have some work to do as well. But Pierre, before we let you go, just 1 or 2 more minutes here. The contract, Pierre. I know you love the player. I know you love the trade. Do you find the amount a little high? It's an 8-year contract extension at $9.5 million.
Yeah, no, I thought it was going to come in under 10. I know part of the problem with the Islanders, and you heard Coach Pouliot talk about it being a business decision for the Islanders. They got spooked when the agent asked for 11. There's no other way around it. I've known this player's been in play since last December. So I asked people that run the team there, why, how? You know, I have friends that used to run that team. And they said, we're not going to that number. And if anybody knows Lou Lamoriello, they know that Lou has an internal salary cap. That's his own business. And every team runs differently. He runs it that way. He wasn't prepared to go there with that player. I thought that player would come in between 8.2 and $9 million. That's what I thought. And comes in a little over 9. So I'm not surprised. It's fine.
All right. I know you can't answer for the agent, but is it possible the agent threw out a number of 11 because he wanted them to get spooked?
No, I don't. I think the agent, and this is happening a lot. I hear from a lot of general managers. I don't hear from the agent side. I hear from the manager side. Players are asking for more money, and when they don't get the money, they're taking more term and less money. That's kind of the new thing now. Hit high. They don't want to lose a player. So they say, okay, we'll give you more time, but we're going to give you less money. So that's kind of what's going on right now.
Last question for you before we let you go. How much is Lane Hudson going to sign for now?
Oh, he's going to be more than that. So you're probably looking at between 11 and 12, probably. He's going to get more. He's going to get more than Dobson.
Between 11 and 12, eh?
I think so. But he's going. So the sooner you get him signed, the better. Because when the new CBA kicks in, you're only getting them for 7 years.
I've said this before. I'd give him the blank check. I tell him I want an 8-year deal. I would tell him to sign it and put whatever amount he wanted.
And I think the world of you. You know, I've known you.
You're not supposed to do business that way. I get it.
Give a blank check to an agent.
I got it.
Trust me.
All right.
And I got a lot of friends who are agents.
So what I'm saying is, if it was 10 or 10 and a half or 11 or 11 and a half, just get it done because he's great.
I think I've said this to you before, Tony. This should not be a hard negotiation. It shouldn't be hard for the agent, and it shouldn't be hard for the team. I also said this about John Tavares. I said he's going to give Toronto a significant hometown discount because you got to know the character of the player. And so John did. John gave him a pretty substantial. If he goes to market, he's making probably double what he just got paid. But he wants to stay in Toronto. He wants to be part of the solution, not part of the problem. I respect guys like that so much.
Thank you, Pierre Maguire. Have a great night.
I will. Thanks a lot, Tony. Really like being on with you. Thank you.
Thank you. There you have it. Pierre Maguire of the Sick Podcast, the eye test. We thank him. We'll bring in Shayne Gaumond. He'll be on and he'll take over for a couple of minutes, and I'll be back in a couple of minutes. And once again, coming up on the Sick Podcast, we're going to have Kyle Woodlief, who's a former scout with the Nashville Predators. It's several years now. He runs his own independent scouting agency called the Red Line Report. It's a report. And by the way, Kyle, the last time he was on in 2023, when we had a live show of the draft, if memory serves me well, his flight was canceled, and he had a couple of opinions on David Reinbacher and Matvei Michkov at the time, which were unbelievable, which I'm going to bring up with Kyle in the next 15 minutes or so, and you're going to see why. But a lot of the teams have scouting reports from the Red Line Report and Kyle Woodlief that they use for the draft. Brock Otten of McKean's will join us at around 8. Brian Wilde at around 8:30. Grant McCagg at around 9 o'clock or so. We might change it up here or there or everywhere. But anyway, I bring in Shayne Gaumond just for a couple of minutes. Thanks, Shayne.
Absolutely. Happy to take over. Tony, do your thing. And like Tony said, he will be back. Don't worry. You're just with me for a few minutes. And so I'll ramble on for a few minutes here and maybe take a few questions. We know Sammy tells me that we have a few questions in the chat. So why don't we get rolling on that? We'll take a few here. And first one here coming from Change of Ideas, asking, do you think they're now going to move Guhle for a top 6 winger? I would be shocked if they did that. Caden Guhle is a 23-year-old defenseman, I believe 23, who probably had, sort of a standout season last year, I like to call it. He showed that he is a man, right? He fits in the NHL, and he's indispensable. I mean, Pierre Maguire talks about it on his 7-player profile, right? He says that Caden Guhle is going to be that shutdown defenseman for the Habs, and probably the ideal partner for newly acquired Noah Dobson. I think trading Guhle could really be a mistake. I think there's other assets that could be used to get another forward, whether that be a center or a winger. But Guhle, I have, in my, it's kind of a tier between untouchable and don't trade, right? He's kind of there. So the offer would need to be pretty significant, because I see Guhle with the Habs long term. But hey, anything's possible. Maybe you just broke a trade. I don't know. Next question, please. All right. Frank is asking, Mailloux might jump up in the NHL. Do you guys think he is ready? That's possible. Mailloux's thing is that, I for those who aren't familiar, I do cover the Laval Rocket now with my good friend Anthony Marcotte over at the Rocket Report. You can go check our channel out. We'll be back soon enough once free agency rolls around. But back on Mailloux, he's the kind of player that can win you games single-handedly, but also lose you games, right? He's still working on that, consistency in his game. And that's kind of what's keeping him away from the NHL, because on paper, I mean, he's got NHL caliber skill. He's got the traits, right? He's about 6'3", 6'4", right-handed defenseman, big shot. I mean, that is an NHL caliber shot. Moves very well for a big man. So he could definitely win a spot at training camp, but it's going to play itself at training camp. It's too early to say that he has a spot locked in, but I wouldn't be shocked if he did win one. I think it's good to get Lane Hutson back on the left side. And if you can bring in, Logan Mailloux, you have Dobson, Carrier, Mailloux on the right side. I don't know who's the odd man out on the left. However, you're stuck with, Guhle, Hutson, Matheson. I don't know if Matheson gets moved. What do you do with Jacky? What do you do with Struble? Listen, it's never a bad thing to have too many defensemen, but at one point you do have to let a few go. So there's bound to be more moves. Right now, if I were to tell you right now, I don't think Mailloux starts with the Habs, but I wouldn't be surprised if he does join the team at some point in the season. What do we got next? All right, Spaceman QC is asking, can we all agree that we need a friendly extension with Matheson or trade him this summer? Matheson's an interesting case, really. I'm personally a part of the fan club. I know the fan club is dwindling. There's not that many people in it, but I still defend Matheson. I think his what he brings to the team, it's hard to replace. It's really hard to replace that mobility, that veteran presence, the leadership, right? And he still has a lot of offensive upside. And last year, he kind of took on this more defensive role, and I think that'll be amplified this coming year. He's going to play on the PK. He won't have any power play time this year. That'll be Hudson and Dobson. So it's interesting to see where Matheson fits in the lineup, right? Again, if Mayu makes the team, that kind of bumps Matheson down. He right now he kind of doesn't really fit the age group, but then again, you still want veterans. It's a real big conundrum with him. If the right offer came across and you can get your 2C or you can get a forward for Mike Matheson, then I mean, you have to consider it. I think he could be among the expendables, if you will. But in terms of an extension, I'm not sure what that would look like, to be honest with you. He's kind of hard to predict. Would I be in favor of trading him right now? No. Short answer is no. But then again, his contract is coming to an end. He's going to be a UFA. So do you want to lose him for nothing? Do you risk losing him? Does he want to you know what? You'd have to ask Kent Hughes. I can only speculate. But if I were to speculate, I don't think he's going anywhere, and he will be a part of this team starting in September, October. What do we got next? All right. Chung John is asking, can we still believe in Crosby? Crazier things have happened, John. Crazier things have happened. Look, I can't give you a percentage. I can't give you some odds. Maybe you can go on Betway and check those out. I don't know if they have odds on Crosby in Montreal, but oh boy. Look, my big thing with this, okay, if you look at it from the perspective of Kyle Dubas, right? If you're going in a full rebuild, it makes sense to capitalize on the value of Crosby. Sure, I get it. It makes sense, right? But think about the ownership here. How do the owners of the Pittsburgh Penguins, how would they feel if you traded the face of the NHL for the past 20 years now? He got drafted in 2005. This guy defined a generation. He's the one who's selling the tickets. He's the one selling the jerseys, right? The Penguins are going to suck this year. And the only reason the people are going to buy tickets to go see them is to go see him. So I have a really hard time seeing ownership kind of sign off on that and agree to trade Crosby unless Sidney himself says, I want out, which again would surprise me a lot because he's loyal. He's proven to be a loyal guy. He's been, apologies, getting a phone call. He's been with the Pittsburgh organization since the beginning. He's has his roots there. You know, I have a hard time seeing him being moved, but again, crazier things have happened. Kent Hughes is a wizard. He's accustomed us to crazy moves and weird trades. So it's possible. It's possible, but unlikely. I'll say unlikely. All right, just taking care of business here. All right, next question. Let's go. Let's keep rolling. David Becker is asking, can we re-sign Armia now to slot into the fourth line? It's funny how people are just writing off Dvorak and Armia as if they're already gone, which likely they are. But anything is possible. They could still re-sign Dvorak. They could still re-sign Armia. Losing Emil Heineman, honestly, kind of leaves an open spot for Armia potentially. However, he plays on the right side. He plays more of a right winger. And you have, Anderson, Gallagher, Demidov is a right winger as well. I don't know that he'd be comfortable on the left. I'm sure he would, but how much would he want, right? That's kind of hard to tell. And how long? Our Joel Armia doesn't really fit the timeline right now. I think the Habs, they kind of want to keep building on that young core. I'm not saying that he's old by any means and he can still play some really damn good hockey. It's unfortunate he had the hand injury or whatever it was, the wrist in the playoffs. We couldn't really see playoff Joel Armia like we saw in 2021. He was a beast there, but I'm not opposed to it. However, I don't think they'll do it. I think Joel Armia kind of wants a better spot for himself in a way, like a better spot in the lineup, because right now he'd be relegated to the fourth line. He'd be kind of an extra, if you will. So I'm not too sure on Armia, but if the Habs can get him on a friendly deal, I don't really have a number in mind. Maybe let's say like a 2-year deal, something like that, not too expensive. I'd look into it. His utility on the PK is phenomenal. He was great on the penalty kill this year with Jake Evans. So that could be an option. I'm not writing Joel Armia off just yet. We got Tony back. Oh, but we can't hear him. So I'll keep talking in the meantime.
No, I'm good. I'm good. And
there we go. We got him.
Thank you, Shayne, for taking over the Sick Podcast. It's a special NHL draft extravaganza, and it's brought to you in part by Energy Transportation Group, a leading full-service logistics provider serving all of North America, driven to be different. Also brought to you in part by Playground. If you're looking for the ultimate entertainment destination, Playground is your ticket to nonstop thrills. Experience heart-pumping gaming action, a world-class poker experience. Playground is the 2025 winner of Fan Choice Best Poker Room at the Global Poker Awards. Indulge your taste buds at their incredible restaurants. Let loose with live music, electrifying DJs. Enjoy unmatched customer service just minutes from downtown Montreal, right across the Mercier Bridge. While settle for ordinary when you can have extraordinary at Playground. See that fridge? You know what's in that Bittt Tibi fridge? You guessed it, Bittt Tibi. They launched their new ultra lager, refreshing, thirst-quenching beer. Perfect for the summer with only 90 calories, 2 grams of carbs, 4% ABV per can, available in a pack of 6 and 12 in grocery stores all around the province of Quebec. It's ultra light, ultra refreshing. I want to remind you and let you know that Kyle Woodlief of the Red Line Report is standing by. He will join me. We'll bring Shayne Gaumond back in as well. Of course, Shayne, who's one half of the Laval Rocket podcast, will bring Shayne to join me and Kyle Woodlief, and that'll take place in about a minute or two. What's going to be the order of number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5 at the NHL draft? Guess what? You can get in on the action with Betway right now. You can bet up to $200. If your first bet loses, scan the QR code on the screen or click on the link in the details section to create an account, redeem your welcome offer. Offers only available for new customers. Terms and conditions apply. Offers not available in Ontario. Must be 18 years of age and older. And please, please play responsibly. I love our next guest a lot because he's opinionated the way I like them. He's not scared of his opinions, and he said something a couple of years ago that I'll never, ever forget when talking about Matvei Michkov and David Reinbacher. He's a former scout with the Nashville Predators. He's Kyle Woodlief of the Red Line Report. Kyle, welcome to the Sick Podcast, our special NHL draft extravaganza. When we scheduled this draft show, we were thinking that there was a chance that the Canadiens were going to pick at least once at 16 or 17. As it stands, it's not going to be the case. Maybe they could still make a move, but they made a huge splash earlier today, acquiring Noah Dobson from the New York Islanders. Before we get to the draft, I'd love to have your thoughts on the trade that was.
Well, it's a tremendous trade for the Habs. I mean, I remember going back to that draft in 2018. That was an excellent draft year. And I remember we had, I believe, Evan Bouchard and Noah Dobson back-to-back at 5 and 6 on our draft list at Red Line Report.
Wow, they went 10 and 12. Wow.
Yeah, we couldn't believe. We were all scratching our heads. How are these two guys, big, mobile, offensively skilled defensemen, how are they still on the board? And we're at pick number 10 now. And like you said, they went 10 and 12. And, Dobson has proven out to be a really good first pairing right shot defenseman, possibly the most difficult asset to acquire in the National Hockey League these days. I don't know how many true, first pairing defensemen are right shot defensemen. Probably not more than 10 or 12.
Well, what I'm going to do right now, actually, is I'm going to bring up, and we'll do it in about a minute or two here, but I'm sending over to Agnello and Sammy and Master Control that draft, actually, that you just talked about, that 2018 draft, so we can show everyone who actually went and in which order. So it's sent, and Agnello and Sammy will just bring it up the second that they get it, and we'll we'll show you Evan Bouchard, who went 10, and Noah Dobson, who went 12. The Islanders did this because they're trying to make another move or two to put them in a position where they can draft James Higgins. I'd love to get your thoughts on James Higgins and if he's worth all the maneuvering that it's going to take to do to make this happen.
Well, first, I'd like to go back to the discussion that you and Craig Button had an hour or so ago.
Please do.
I think both of you are correct in saying that it's going to be awfully difficult for the Islanders to use just those two picks, 16 and 17, to get up high enough to pick Higgins. And I know you expressed your surprise that they didn't already have a deal done that would involve those two picks and maybe some other asset that they were sure they could get up as hard, as maybe 5 or 6 in that range for Higgins. So I'm fully in agreement with you. I don't think 16, 17 would get it done to move up that far. I mean, look back at the history of the draft. I mean, teams in the top 5 or 6, they're not moving down for 2 middle round picks, especially in a draft year like this one that is not a strong draft year. I mean, this is a down crop. So, I can't see what the Islanders are going to give up aside from pick 16 and 17 that's going to move them up into a position to get Higgins. As far as Higgins himself, I mean, he is certainly worth, if I thought I could get him for pick 16 and 17, absolutely. I do that all day long. Higgins for me is one of the, for me, Schaefer is in a tier of his own, and I even consider Michael Misa at number 2 to be in the second tier alone. But then the next 4 guys, maybe even 5, are fairly interchangeable. I mean, you've got Higgins and Martone and Frondel and Desnoyers, and you might even, I toyed with late putting Martin in that group. I think I would still keep tier 3 at 4 players from 3 through 6. But Martin offers something unique that nobody else in this draft does. So, those top 7 for me are pretty clear cut. And if you could get up into that top 7 to get any one of those 7 players for just pick 16 and 17, do it all day long.
All right. Okay. You said something a couple of years ago. It was a 2023 NHL draft. And you said we were talking about Michkov. You were high on the Michkov bandwagon, correct?
Very much so.
And you thought if he was available when the Canadiens were picking, that the Montreal Canadiens had to pick him. And they didn't. And they ended up going with David Reinbacher. And you said 2 things that night, which I'll never forget. One was, if the Canadiens are not picking Michkov because they're worried about getting him out of the KHL, Michkov will play in the NHL before Reinbacher. You were right. The second thing you said, if the Canadiens want to draft Michkov because they're looking for the best defenseman in the draft, who happens, by the way, to be a right-handed defenseman, if that's what they want to do and that's what they want to accomplish, the guy they should draft is Axel Sandin Pellikka, who ended up going 17 to Detroit. You were right about Michkov playing in the NHL before Reinbacher. A couple of years later, I want to ask you, how do you rate Reinbacher versus Sandin Pellikka today on Friday, June 27, 2025?
2 totally different style players. Axel Sandin Pellikka will be, for sure, the much flashier player, the better offensive player. He will quarterback a power play in the NHL, likely Detroit's. He will put up, in his better seasons, 50 to 60 points from the back end. Awesome skater, tremendous offensive mind. He's going to put up more points in his NHL career than David Reinbacher. I understand why the Canadiens took Reinbacher, they wanted a big, strong, physical right shot defenseman. And the third thing that I said to you that night, when you were asking me specifically about Reinbacher and what he is and why I felt it was a mistake to take him ahead of a guy like Michkov, at the time, I believe I said that drafting Michkov would give the Canadiens their most pure offensive talent since they drafted Guy Lafleur and Steve Shutt in the early 70s.
Wow.
And the other thing I said was, you asked me if Reinbacher was a legitimate number one defenseman. And I said, I think he can be a top pairing defenseman, but if he becomes a top pairing defenseman, he's going to be the one who allows your true number one to freelance and do what he does best. He's going to be the guy who gives, I mean, Lane Hudson wasn't on the team then, but he's going to be the guy who gives your number one defenseman, Lane Hudson, the freedom to freewheel, freelance, do what he does best, and create. That's not going to be Reinbacher, but he could, if he pans out and hits his ceiling, he's a guy who could be that big, solid, physical, right shot defenseman who allows your true number one to be the number one.
I'm wondering about Mayu because I never got your opinion on him.
I love Mayu. I mean, I know he's going to make mistakes and coaches are going to pull their hair out. He probably down the line will get a little bit better with his decision making in his defensive end. But, you know, he's a big, strong, physical kid who skates like the wind. He'll fight. He'll drop the gloves. He's tough. He's physical down low in his own end. And he's just got a hellaciously good shot. I mean, that shot of his is, you know, Habs fans are used to seeing a PK Subban shot or a Shea Weber shot. It's kind of in that category.
There you have it, Kyle Woodlief. Kyle, for those who are unaware of Kyle Woodlief, the Red Line Report, your name has been brought up and your agency has been brought up for many, many, many years on TSN. I know Bob McKenzie held it in very, very high regard. You're a former scout with the Nashville Predators. Tell everyone how long you've been in the scouting game.
Been in the scouting game for 32 years. I'll be heading into year 33 in September here. And been running Red Line Report for 26 years now, a little over 26 years. So, yeah, you know, we've, at one time or another, we've, you know, been used by every NHL team. Most of the CHL teams, out of the 60 CHL teams, there's probably not more than half a dozen who haven't used us at one point or another. All the major agents in the game. So, you know, we don't really target ourselves to a wide audience. We're a niche publication and we're really only used by industry professionals.
Wow. Amazing stuff. All right. Okay. So, the draft is going to start any minute now. And, of course, I got one eye on the screen.
Same here.
Matthew Schaefer is the consensus number one pick. Tell me why he is.
He's the best player on the ice every time he's on the ice. I don't know what more do you have to do. I mean, you know, he didn't get to play a lot this year, but I go back all the way to last August at the Linka Gretzky Cup. And, you know, you have 10 teams playing with 22 players per team. You got 220 guys out there. He was clearly the best player out of 220. I mean, him and maybe Benak for the Czech Republic, who played a phenomenal series there. And then, you know, you get up into the season, you know, he's dominant when he gets to play in the OHL. He is dominant in the CHL, US NTDP games. He is dominant for the first two games of the World Juniors and, you know, unfortunately breaks his clavicle on a tremendous solo dash end to end that showed everything that he can do. And every time I look at him, I keep thinking, this guy reminds me of when I was watching Drew Doughty play for Guelph, 2016 or 2006 and 7 and into 8, which was his draft year. And every time I would see Drew Doughty play, he never came off the ice. He was such an effortless skater that he was never winded. he'd be out there for 3-minute shifts. He'd go off for 20, 25 seconds and be right back on the ice. He'd be 40 minutes every night. And Schaefer is the same kind of guy. He's so effortless in his skating. It never looks like he's working hard, but he's always a full step ahead of everybody else on the ice. I mean, he's a guy who I think is, if I had to rank him, I mean, he'd be, last year's crop of defensemen was 6 deep, and I think all 6 of them got picked in the first dozen picks.
Yeah.
He would have been higher than any of them on my list. I mean, if he was available last year, he would have been ahead of all of them. And for me, he's possibly the best defense prospect of the last 5 years.
As someone who's been doing this for a very, very long time, what do you think of the draft being decentralized this year?
I mean, one of the very few things that the NHL does right from a PR perspective, they managed to screw it up. I mean, I can't imagine what they were thinking. You get the excuse, and it is just an excuse of saving money because you don't have to fly your scouts and your staff in. I mean, these teams blow more on bad contracts on July 1st every year. I mean, the amount that they're talking about for saving by not bringing staffs into a particular city for the NHL draft is
it's pennies.
It's pittance.
Yeah.
So, give these kids their due. Let them have their big day. Let them go out onto the stage, get their jersey from the team that selects them, get all the media interviews, have 18,000 people in the stands cheering them. I don't understand what the NHL was thinking here.
All right. You talked about Michael Misa in a category of his own after Schaefer being in the first category of his own. What differentiates and what separates Schaefer, Misa from other centermen like Desnoyers, like James Higgins, like O'Brien? Talk to me about that.
I think he just has a slightly higher offensive upside. I mean, he can beat you in so many ways. I mean, a guy like Frondell, Frondell has the best shot in the draft. He's a great goal scorer, and he's got a bigger frame than Misa. But Misa has more ways that he can beat you. Same thing with Higgins. I mean, Higgins is a really skilled player with the puck. He has great vision. He knows what he's doing everywhere in the offensive zone. But he doesn't play in traffic that often. Misa can play in traffic. He plays with great finesse and skill when he's in a finesse skill game. He'll grind it out in the corners if he's playing in a game that's more physical. He plays a really good two-way game. He's really improved his commitment away from the puck. He gets himself into the right positions defensively. He's very responsible and committed to playing a team game. He makes other players around him better. So I just give him a slight edge above that next grouping of 4.
The New York Islanders are on the clock. Some have said that Schaefer reminds them of Miro Heiskanen. You brought up a name. Some say Drew Doughty. Pierre Maguire was on earlier in the show, and he brought up Cale Makar's name. That's pretty good company.
Yeah, I mean, no matter which one of those you want to take, I think if the Islanders select Schaefer number 1 overall, they'd be happy if he came up to 90% of any of those 3 guys. He's such a natural. He just reads play so well. He anticipates play so well. He's the kind of guy I always say he doesn't go where the puck is now. He goes to where the puck is going to be 2 seconds from now.
Yeah, and Matthew Darche is there, and we're seeing him in the war room with the New York Islanders, and they're selecting first for the 5th time in NHL history, and they're showing some of the picks that they've had before in the past: Dennis Pavin, Rick DiPietro, John Tavares, who stayed at Toronto for a discount. Ontario boy earlier today. So if you're wondering about what's going on in Toronto, John Tavares, yeah, he's staying in Toronto. They had the 10th best chance of winning the draft lottery. They missed the playoffs for the 2nd time in the last 7 seasons. I'm reading off of Sportsnet right now, whose camera is on defenseman Matthew Schaefer, who's expected to go number 1. We're just waiting for it to be made official. Camera on the Islanders. They've sent in the pick, and I would imagine that Gary Bettman will go up to the podium and either read the pick or they're going to show it up on the screen any second now. So there's about a minute and a half left on the clock. They're taking their time. And once again, there are some in New York who are hoping for some kind of miracle that it'll be James Higgins because he's a New York boy. And you know how that is, right? Sometimes you want the New York boy. But Matthew Darche is trying to hit a home run in his first draft with New York Islanders, and he's going to go with the logical pick, you would think, in Matthew Schaefer, and he's going to try and pull off a deal to get James Higgins as well at some point in the draft. But as Kyle was saying, hard-pressed to think that it's going to happen with pick 16 and 17. It's going to take a lot more than that. Gary Bettman has the selection on a piece of paper, and it should be made official in the next couple of seconds or so. And here you are. It is Matthew Schaefer is the first pick from the New York Islanders.
Yeah, and that's, at a certain point, it doesn't really matter if the fans want the local boy. And I would echo entirely what Craig Button said earlier. Craig rightfully pointed out, fans don't buy tickets because there's a local player on the team. Fans buy tickets because the team is good and they're winning games. So it doesn't make any sense when you have a clear-cut number one like Schaefer to take a lesser player. That's how you remain a bad team. You take lesser talent when you have the opportunity to take the best talent. So they did the right thing here.
A very emotional Matthew Schaefer, tears coming down his eyes. He lost his mother, Jennifer, to breast cancer in February 2024, 2 months after his billet mother also died. So there's obviously a lot of things going through his mind. He's been through adversity, huh?
He's been through adversity, and he's an awfully mature kid. I mean, you lose sight of the fact sometimes that these kids, for the most part, are 17 or maybe have just turned 18. You're forced to mature really early when things happen in your life like that. I mean, losing your billet mom and your mom in a span of, several months like that. It's just, you grow up a lot quicker than you really should be forced to.
Clearly, the injury-plagued season, the shortened season, did not scare away the New York Islanders.
No, nor should it. I mean, everybody was at the combine. Everybody has access to his medical records. Everybody knows that he's fully healthy and ready to compete again. There's no downside here. There's no injury concern.
The San Jose Sharks are on the clock. If we can bring up the order for the first round.
Yep.
Islanders at 1, San Jose at 2, Chicago at 3, Utah 4, Nashville 5, Philadelphia 6, Boston 7, Seattle 8, Buffalo 9, Anaheim 10, Pittsburgh 11, Pittsburgh via the Rangers at 12, Detroit at 13, Columbus at 14, Vancouver at 15, Montreal via Calgary at 16, Montreal at 17, Calgary via the New Jersey Devils at 18, St. Louis at 19, Columbus via Minnesota 20, Ottawa 21, Philadelphia via Colorado at 22, Nashville via Tampa Bay at 23, Los Angeles 24, Chicago via Toronto at 25, Nashville via Vegas at 26, Washington 27, Winnipeg 28, Carolina 29, San Jose via Dallas at 30, Philadelphia via Edmonton at 31, and Calgary via Florida at 32. So once again, in case you're joining us, Matthew Schaefer, it's official, selected number 1 overall by the New York Islanders. And that no one could take away from Matthew Darche, that as his first ever pick at the head of the New York Islanders as their general manager, he drafts Matthew Schaefer.
But don't you think that Matthew Schaefer would prefer to be up on a stage in front of 18,000 people getting his jersey as opposed to staring at a video screen? I mean, this to me is just it's a step down from the typical NHL draft. I mean, as many drafts as I've been to, and I've been to more than 30. It's such an air of the electricity in the air is just right before the draft starts and the first few picks, the electrics, it's so high in the building. And
Yeah, it is.
It's just not the same here. I mean,
No,
it's
no.
just not.
I got to tell you, Matthew Schaefer, as you can see, is still very emotional. This is really something. This is God love him. Wow.
Yeah.
And I could sense that the Islanders press pretty emotional. Seeing Matthew Schaefer emotional as well. They're showing video clips right now of him being a play driver.
Yeah.
And look at him. I mean, this looks like an extremely electrifying forward actually playing defense. He's going around guys like they're not even there, right? That's exactly what it is. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, and the thing is, he doesn't just use his wheels to impact play offensively. I mean, of course he does that, but he uses his feet in terms of his defensive effort. I mean, he's always taking away time and space from opposing forwards. He makes it very difficult for you to make plays because you can't have the puck on your stick very long before he's on you. So, he's such a two-way player, and he's so effortless in his skating, as I mentioned before. That's the main reason he reminds me of Doughty. Doughty was a big, thick, physical guy through the shoulders and the chest.
Yeah.
He's not that physical style, but he's just got such stamina because everything is so effortless for him with his skating. He's going to be a guy who's going to be out there. By the time he's 23, he's going to be playing 26, 27 minutes a night. I mean, fans in Montreal have seen Michael Matheson playing 26, 27 minutes a night.
Yeah.
This kid is going to play 26, 27 minutes a night, and he's going to be a much higher end version of Michael Matheson.
The second pick for San Jose is not in yet. So let's go back to Noah Dobson, who was acquired unofficially by the Montreal Canadiens. I don't think the Canadiens have made it official yet. It'll come out here at the draft the way it usually does. Every year, that's what happens. Trades happen before the draft, and then they're announced at the draft. But you talked about Noah Dobson's draft year.
Yeah.
And I think we have there we have it. Back in 2018, Rasmus Dahlin went number 1 to Buffalo. You said at the Red Line Report you had Evan Bouchard and Noah Dobson. Where did you have them?
5 and 6, I believe.
5 and 6.
Yeah. I should point out that we did not have Jesper Kotkaniemi in our top 10.
Wow. Yeah, and that's who the Montreal Canadiens drafted 3rd overall. Who did you have at 3rd overall that year when the Canadiens were picking? I'm curious. Do you remember?
I believe that we had. I mean, it was a clear-cut 1 and 2 with Dahlin and Svechnikov, which was why it hurt Montreal to. They won the first round of that lottery, and then they lost the second round and wound up picking 3rd. So it was obviously going to be a step down there. But I believe we had Zadina 3 and Tkachuk 4.
Got it. Yeah, Zadina hasn't quite panned out, but Brady Tkachuk, boy, he has.
Oh, yeah. And, there's always going to be a player or two in the top 10 who doesn't pan out. I mean, I'd say more this year than most years. But, if you look at that draft year, Dahlin and Svechnikov and Tkachuk and Quinn Hughes and Bouchard and Dobson, I mean, that's a pretty darn good draft.
Where did you have Quinn Hughes?
I don't think we had him until 9 because I personally and my other scouts, we all agreed he was a kind of a gong show in his own end. We were not sure at his size if he was going to be able to cut it defensively. And I would say he's still not great defensively, but he's improved a lot.
Have Quinn Hughes and Lane Hudson changed the way you and your employees with the Red Line Report scout players? Have they changed their mind? Because there's many scouts, let's be honest, they take a look at the size or lack thereof and they totally disregard them. Have they probably changed your mind?
Well, yes and no. I think it started even before them. I mean, we started seeing all of a sudden by around, 2016, 2017, you started seeing smaller defensemen getting drafted high again. I mean, I had always been criticized by NHL teams for having smaller guys up higher, and they wouldn't get drafted that high, but they would go on to have really good careers. I go as far back with that as Danny Briere. I mean,
Yeah.
I remember having Danny Briere as a first-round pick, and teams would be all over me. And I'm like, well, sorry, but this kid's going to be a good player. So, yes and no. I think McCarr, more than anything, he's gotten to be a legitimate 5'11", 185 pounds. But in his draft year, he was more 5'10", 170, and he was playing tier 2. And we liked him and we had him in the top 10. But we didn't have him high enough. I mean, I think he's clearly the best defenseman in the NHL right now. So
there's no doubt about that. The San Jose Sharks are set to make their pick number 2 overall. Kyle, what are some of the things before we get to it? What are some of the things that you look at personally when scouting a player? Is hockey IQ number 1 for you?
Skating and hockey IQ, yeah. Skating, because of the way the NHL is these days, you can't have players like, Ray Whitney and, players who used to score 300 goals in the NHL who were poor skaters. You don't see poor skaters having long careers in the NHL anymore. They might make it for a few years as a bottom 6 player, but they don't make it at the top 6 level. So skating has to be involved, number 1. As you said, hockey sense, hockey IQ is really high up there. And the toughest.
For what it's worth, I would put hockey IQ at number 1, because if you don't have the pace, you don't have the foot speed, but you know where the puck is going, you can get there before everyone else does if you anticipate. So I would put hockey IQ as number 1. Just my opinion, by the way. Yeah. I'm no one compared to you, but just my opinion. Can you teach hockey IQ?
No, I don't think so.
You don't think you can teach hockey IQ? I've heard that before. I don't know if I. Well, really,
I mean, over the course of a career, the more situations you see, yes, you might get a little bit better at reading play. But I always go back. Habs fans will remember the player I'm going to mention. When Vladimir Malahov came out, and at the time, he was 6'5", 220 pounds, skated like the wind, had an unbelievable shot. And everybody kept saying in the first 2 or 3 years in the league, this kid is going to win a Norris Trophy someday. And I'm like, he's going to play in the NHL because he's got these great physical tools. And
he's a horse.
He's a horse. He can eat minutes. He can score with that shot. But he doesn't have anything between the ears. So, to say he's going to become a Norris Trophy candidate, no, never.
A lot of people say the same thing about Mayu, by the way. Physical, athletic, is a horse, but he doesn't have the NHL reads.
Absolutely. That is definitely the most prominent concern when it comes to Mayu. He has gotten better. He's still not NHL caliber in some of his defensive reads. His offensive reads are absolutely NHL level right now.
All right. I think the pick is about to be made for the San Jose Sharks, and I think we have it here. It's taken a while, actually.
Yeah.
And here we go. Kyle Woodlief has Michael Misa. And there you have it. And so do the San Jose Sharks, Michael Misa.
Yeah. To get to what Pierre Maguire was saying earlier, he believes that Caleb Desnoyers is going to go number 5 to Nashville.
Yeah.
And for your many, many Quebec viewers, I would say this. I'm not sure he's even going to get to Nashville. He was the guy out of everybody at the Combine who just blew teams away in the interview process. And I could see either of these next 2 teams, Chicago or Utah, feeling that he's really a good fit for what they're trying to do and what they need right now. I could honestly see that, especially with Utah having picked up Peterka on the wing. I think that they could really, maybe pair a kid like Desnoyers in behind Logan Cooley and, give themselves a really good 1-2 combination in the middle.
Well, we look forward to that. I don't know how much Andre Tourigny is going to be involved, the head coach, but he knows the players from La Belle Province pretty well, right?
Yes, he does.
You would think, and every coach likes to have a stud centerman, 6'2", good size, who plays a 200-foot game. The player compares himself to Jonathan Toews.
Honestly, that's exactly who we were comparing him to in our draft guide this year, Red Line Report. The two guys that we compared him to were Toews and Patrice Bergeron. So that tells you, I mean, again, Toews and Bergeron, you know, they weren't guys who were going to put up 90, 100, 110-point seasons. They were going to put up anywhere from 65 to 80 points, but their leadership qualities, their two-way play, their play away from the puck, I mean, that's what you drafted those guys for, and that's what you're drafting Desnoyers for. I mean, I think he will be a good second-line center in the NHL who can score 65, 70 points, but you get so much more than the points he's going to produce.
Kyle, we'll keep you for a couple of more minutes. What do you think the 2026 draft looks like already?
I always shudder to say this because it's always a case of, well, we look ahead to next year, and next year is always going to be better than this year. I'll be shocked if it's not a really, really strong draft year next year. I mean, there's some epically good players at the top end of next year's draft. I mean, that kid, the defenseman Verhoef out in the WHL, wow. I mean, he is a powerhouse. And Gavin McKenna, the top five next year is looking like an epic crop. So
Gavin McKenna something.
Oh God, he's
but
just
you talked about skating. Is this skating good enough to be a dominant centerman in the National Hockey League?
Yeah, I think so. And again, it's because you talked about hockey IQ. You know, he's going where the puck is going to go 2 seconds before it gets there. I mean, his anticipation is so good.
Where does he rank among the top players drafted in the last decade or 15 or 20 years? Where does Gavin McKenna rank?
I mean, you talk about, you begin 10 years ago with Connor McDavid, I should say. And,
McKinnon.
Nathan McKinnon, that's 12 years ago now, I think in 2013. You talk about Bedard, who hasn't gotten there yet due to mostly circumstances in Chicago these first 2 years of his career. But
McKenna going to be a better player at the National Hockey League level than his cousin Connor Bedard?
If I had to go out on a limb and say one or the other, I would say McKenna. Slightly higher ceiling.
Wow.
Yeah. So, I mean, he's in that group. I mean, and then you talk about guys like Michkov and Demidov and players like that of more recent vintage. I mean, he's certainly in a category with, the Bedard and Michkov from last year, or from 2 years ago, and from Demidov last year, and Celebrini. I mean, he's certainly in those categories.
Before Chicago make their pick at number 3, they had a pick at number 2 last year. And the Canadiens were praying that they would not pick Ivan Demidov, and they didn't. They drafted the defenseman Lev Shunov.
Yep.
And, of course, at number 3 was Beckett Seneca with Anaheim, which really changed up the draft.
Yep.
And at 4 was Caden Lindstrom to Columbus. And when the Canadiens went up at number 5, they got the guy that they were hoping they would get. 1 year later, did the Chicago Blackhawks make a mistake with their pick of Lev Shunov?
Oh, I don't know that it was a mistake. He's going to be a hell of a player, but I would have taken Demidov. I mean,
you would have taken Demidov, yeah.
I mean, all year long we had Celebrini at 1 and Demidov at 2. So there was no question for us. Just like the year before, it was always Connor Bedard 1, Matvei Michkov 2. I mean, there was never any deviation.
Based on what you saw from Demidov in the KHL last season and the couple of games that he played with the Canadiens and in the playoffs, your thoughts on what kind of player this guy's going to be for the Montreal Canadiens?
Oh, he's going to be an electric player. I mean, again, the thing that you like about Demidov is that as skilled as he is really driven. I mean, he's not a blinding fast skater. He's very good east-west. He's very slick and elusive. He's not a blindingly fast player, but as everybody in Montreal has already heard and read, I mean, he's there all summer. He's working on the skating every day, putting in the work, just like a Lane Hudson does. And, you know, whatever minor weaknesses he has in his game, he's going to work his butt off to really improve those. And he's going to be a 90 to 100 point player at his peak, I would say.
I think it's 3 years in a row the Chicago Blackhawks are making a top 3 selection, 12th time. Multiple first-round picks for 4th consecutive year. There's 15 seconds left on the clock. We'll keep you till the end of their pick, and then we'll say goodnight to you, and we thank you very much for your time and your expertise, Kyle Woodlief. So you said that you wouldn't be surprised if Desnoyers goes as early as 3, max 4 to Utah. We'll see what happens. And if it's not Desnoyers, who will it be?
For Chicago, I think the best fit for them would be Porter Martone.
Okay.
They could use a real big, strong, physical winger to ride herd for a guy like Bedard.
The pick is coming in. Jeremy Roenick making the pick. Pretty cool to have Jeremy Roenick making the pick.
Yeah.
What a player he was.
Yeah, he competed.
As we wait.
Jeremy never met a microphone he didn't like.
No, he never did. No, not as a player, not now in his after career. Kyle Woodlief, you said Desnoyers could go 3rd, but Porter Martone would be quite the pick for the Chicago Blackhawks because he would fill a need. The pick is coming in.
They're going to have to give Jeremy a time limit.
Anton Frundell. There's your pick.
Yep.
You talked about having the best shot in the draft.
Yeah.
What are some of the things that probably obviously scared some scouts away, but didn't scare the Chicago Blackhawks?
I mean, he's going to score a lot of goals. I mean, and he's got a big frame to grow into. I mean, he's 6'1" and he's already approaching 200 pounds. And, you know, he's got a devastating one-timer from the circle. He just fires wristers from anywhere on the ice, beats goaltenders from odd angles. You know, and he plays a man's game. I mean, he was playing against men in Sweden already this year. So, you know, there's not a whole lot of downside with Frundell. I mean, it's just a question of, as I said, once you get past those first 2, any one of these 3, 4, 5, 6 guys, you can put them in any order you want, and you're not going to go wrong.
Kyle Woodlief, you're always a great guest to have on the Sick Podcast. Thank you for doing this tonight. Go back to your staff because I know you guys are watching it together. Thank you, Kyle.
Okay, thanks for having me on.
All right, you're very welcome. There you have it. From one scout to another, head of McKeen's Hockey is Brock Otten. We say hello to him. You're watching the Sick Podcast live on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. Brock, how are you?
Good, Tony. How you doing, man?
Doing extremely well. Thank you for taking the time on this very, very busy night that is Christmas for people like yourself, the NHL draft. No surprise in pick 1 with Matthew Schaefer. No surprise in pick 2 with Michael Misa. For the most part, everyone we've talked to have said they had Schaefer in a category of his own. They had Misa in a category of his own. And then all of a sudden in the 3rd tier and 4th tier, it got more interesting. What do you make of Chicago going with Anton Frundell?
Yeah, I think it makes sense. I mean, to go with Frondel or go with Desnoyers. I think either of those two would have been a great fit for Chicago. I know I was just listening to Kyle talk about Porter Mortone. Basically, they needed to add grit to that lineup, right? They've got some talented young players that they can build around, and now it's trying to find some of those pieces that are going to be solid complements to those skill guys like Connor Bedard, like Frank Nazar. And I think Frondel is going to do that. He's going to be a guy that can play center if they need him to. He can play wing. I think that, as Kyle said, he plays a very mature game. He played pro in Sweden this year. I would imagine they'll give him a chance to try to compete for a spot next year in Chicago because his game may be among the most pro ready of any player available this year. So this is a guy that gives them a different look to Connor Bedard to build around. Really heavy game. There's a reason why people kind of compare him to the Sasha Barkov's types because that's kind of best case scenario, the type of player that he projects to be.
Yeah, having said that, though, he is a knock on him is his inconsistency. And if there's one thing we could say about Barkov, he's extremely consistent.
Yeah, ultimately that is one of the knocks on Frondel. I think everybody wanted to see him have a better U18s than he did. He was just a guy essentially there when everybody expected him to be one of the better players at the event for Sweden. But he was fatigued. It was a long season trying to help his club team in Sweden earn promotion back to the SHL. He played deep into the year, heavy minutes too, later into the year in the playoffs as well. So that's taxing. Then heading to the U18s, not making a ton of excuses for maybe a little bit of a disappointing performance. But offensively, consistency was an issue this year. He had a slow start to the year too with some injuries, which kind of saw him tumble a little bit early on in the year for a lot of draft publications like ourselves at McKeen's. But he played a lot better throughout the year and towards the end of the year, even. I think this is a guy that will end up ironing out some of those consistency issues as he matures.
All right. Okay. With pick number 4 in Utah, where do you see them going and why?
Yeah, that's a really good question. It depends on who you ask, right? Like it's been all over the map with that pick. Originally, the buzz around the combine was that Utah was super high on Brady Martin, right? They like that kind of player. They've picked similar types of players in other years. There's been buzz around Caleb Desnoyers. Obviously, Martone and Hagens are options in anywhere in the sort of top 6-7 range. There's even been some suggesting that Utah loves Jake O'Brien, center from Brantford. So they could go really one of a half dozen directions with this pick. And I think you could justify it and make it make sense.
All right. Okay. What do you think of Desnoyers?
I like him. I know that some people are a little bit hesitant to call him a potential number 1 center. I think a lot of people sort of see him playing more in the middle of the lineup, but I would argue that similar to Anton Frondel, this is a guy that plays more of a mature pro style game, quick touches, getting up ice quick, tries to play with some pace, good and strong in puck protection, plays both ends of the ice, can play in any situation, very versatile. And that's the allure with Desnoyers, right? This is a guy that is going to be used in all situations in the NHL. He's going to be very versatile. And he probably ends up wearing a letter for his franchise in the future as well. So, that's going to be definitely intriguing for a team like Utah, who maybe see him as a nice complement to a guy like Logan Cooley through the middle, kind of different style of game, and kind of gives them a solid 1-2 punch if that's the direction they go.
That makes sense. Cooley's not a big guy, and you tend to want to insulate when you have a smaller guy on your team with a bigger guy, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's probably the mindset that people were sort of thinking when Brady Martin was sort of a hot topic for Utah for a little bit, right? Here's a guy that definitely is a very different player than Logan Cooley, plays a harder, heavier style of hockey when you're looking at Utah eventually, hopefully, making a push to the playoffs and turning around this seems like forever rebuild.
They have speed.
Yeah,
And they got raw talent too.
Yes, and Martin is the kind of guy that again could fit in a variety of different ways. He could play the wing, he can play center moving forward. Super physical, similar to Desnoyers. He can play in any situation. Honestly, there's a variety of different ways that they could go in this pick, and nothing would really shock me. I mean, unless they go completely off the board and take somebody that I don't expect. Like I honestly, I don't think James Higgins would be in play for Utah. I'd be shocked if that was the guy. And I know that everybody's been talking about Higgins falling anyway, but I just kind of see him maybe a little bit too similar to a guy like Cooley. Maybe not redundant, because when you've got two talented playmakers playing through the middle in your first and second line, that's obviously not a terrible thing. But in today's day and age, I mean, we see what happens in the playoffs, and that's obviously a focus for NHL teams right now, is getting heavier and bigger to get ready for playoff hockey.
All right. Okay. So the pick is in and should be done any second now. Once again, at 1, Schaefer went to the Islanders. At 2, Misa went to San Jose. At 3, Frundell went to Chicago. And at 4, Caleb Desnoyers goes to Utah.
Right. And again, sort of that makes sense based on what I was saying earlier, right? This is a guy that's going to form a really interesting 1-2 punch with Cooley moving forward. Gives them some flexibility with some of the roster players they currently have. A guy that can play in any situation for them. A guy that's probably only going to need 1 more year in the queue before he's NHL ready. So he's going to fit that timeline of trying to accelerate that rebuild. He's not a long-term project per se.
Won the 2024 Quebec Major Junior Hockey League Championship with Moncton, 9 goals, 21 assists, 30 points in the playoffs. Recorded a 15-game point streak in 2024-2025, third longest in the QMJHL. Getting the stats off of Sportsnet right now as we speak.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and apparently with a pretty serious wrist injury that had been bugging him for a while too. So
that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, very impressive that he was able to play as well as he did. It definitely seemed like he hit a bit of a wall in the Memorial Cup. But given that sort of what we've learned of that wrist injury that had been nagging him for a while, definitely impressive.
He was the captain of the Moncton Wildcats, and this young man is impressive. They say that he blew everyone away at the draft combine with the interviews. He's got a lot of confidence, smart kid.
Yeah, that's something that I would say about a fair amount of the prospects that are available sort of in this range this year. Really mature kids that I think are going to project to be future captains, future assistants. There's going to be a lot of guys from the top end of this class wearing letters in the next decade. Schaefer, one of them, Brady Martin, Desnoyers, Porter Martone. These are some really mature young men that just sort of ooze that leadership capability. And it's not always like that. At the top of a draft class. So I think teams should be feeling fortunate. I think that's why the top sort of 10 or 12 is seen in a very positive light this year. Yeah, maybe we don't have a Connor McDavid, Connor Bedard style, generational superstar available this year, but we have a lot of guys that are going to be really key members to their team, to their organization, to their community.
All right, okay. Utah Mammoth, of course, once again, in case you missed it, selecting with the number 4 pick overall, Caleb Desnoyers. Let's bring up the draft list or the draft order. Islanders, San Jose, Chicago, Utah at 4. Nashville 5, Philadelphia 6, Boston 7, Seattle 8, Buffalo 9, Anaheim 10, Pittsburgh via the Rangers, Detroit, Columbus, Vancouver, and Montreal via Calgary. That's the top 16. Once again, Montreal also with the 17th pick, but based on reports from earlier today, it appears those picks have been traded along with Emil Heineman to the New York Islanders in return for Noah Dobson.
Mm-hmm.
Who do you see the Nashville Predators going with at number 5?
Honestly, I think James Higgins is the best fit there. I think this is a team that just needs to add as much skill as they can. I think that their farm system is solid, but it's filled with guys that I think probably play more through the middle of the lineup as opposed to at the top of the lineup. And this was a team that did not meet expectations this year, right? So this is a team that needs to figure it out quick or pivot and go in a different direction. They've got a lot of high-priced talent, and they've now lucked into drafting 5th overall when hopefully, I'm sure that if you talk to anybody in that organization, they're hoping that they're not going to be drafting this high next year with all the talent that they've got in that organization. So you kind of, if I'm them, I'm swinging for the fence. This is kind of like playing with, with fool's gold to a certain extent, right? Like you got to take the opportunity that you can to draft the player that's going to have the highest upside. And say what you want about Hagens, but I would say that's probably him. Do I think it'll be him based on everything I'm hearing and everything I'm reading? No, I don't think it will. I think that Nashville, probably looks at maybe Brady Martin or Jake O'Brien or Porter Martone at this pick. I think it highly likely that it's one of the OHL guys.
All right. Okay. Everyone's waiting for the big splash at this draft, and a lot of eyes are on Sidney Crosby. And if Sidney Crosby signed a 2-year contract extension, should he change his mind and he want to be traded? I don't think it's going to happen today, folks. I think you would have heard a lot more of a buzz around it. But Brock, I'm just curious. Do you think Sidney Crosby finishes his career in Pittsburgh?
You know what? Somebody asked me this the other day, and honestly, I'm not sure. Like, I could easily see him just based on how competitive he is and how he likes to win. If that franchise doesn't really turn things around, and he's kind of noticing that he's done and wants to sort of hang him up, because he's so competitive, I could see him sort of doing the Ray Bourque kind of thing where, he's a deadline acquisition for a team that he sort of handpicks that he thinks is going to have the best chance to win the cup. And he goes there and tries to do his thing one last time. And but at the other end, this is also a player who's incredibly loyal. Anything that you read about said, you hear just that he is that kind of person. So, based on everything that he's already accomplished in his life, maybe he sees the value in just finishing out his career with Pittsburgh and not moving on. So I think it would just depend on what you ask me. If I were a betting man, and I would say that I think just based on history and what sort of the climate of today's sports is, I think that he'll end up somewhere else for like a half a season trying to win a cup, or like a full year if he ends up being a UFA at, say, like, playing still at 40, signing sort of like a sweetheart deal with somewhere to try to win a cup. At that point, I don't think that money is going to be important to Sidney. I think it'll be just trying to chase that one last Stanley Cup.
Renaud Lavoie of TVA Sports is reporting that the Montreal Canadiens are still trying to acquire a first-round pick. Is there a player that you think is in the Canadiens' radar? I mean, I know it's a tough question because we don't know if they do make a deal, where they will pick and which pick they would get. But is there a player that maybe no one's talking about, or a late-round first pick that could end up being a really good NHLer here?
Yeah, I mean, you'd think that Montreal, if they had kept 16 and 17, maybe one of those picks would have been focused on a guy that, brings a little bit of sandpaper through the middle part or even the higher part of their lineup. A nice compliment to guys like Cole Caulfield, like Nick Suzuki, trying to open up a little bit more space, sort of like the idea behind drafting Slavkovsky where they did, right? So there are quite a few players, I think, that sort of fit that mold this year. Carter Bear was a guy that was mocked a lot to the Canadiens in that sort of 16-17 range. Yeah. He's sort of one of those high-end complementary types that fits that mold. You could look a little bit further down the first round to guys like Daniel Prokhorov. He's somebody that I've heard Montreal has some interest in. There's been a lot of sort of smoke with the Canadiens and Cam Reed from Kitchener, an offensive puck mover. So yeah, I think that there's definitely some guys that could fit well in their system for sure.
Mike Matheson, I want to talk to you about him because he's going into the last season of his deal with the Montreal Canadiens. The Canadiens acquired Noah Dobson earlier today. Everyone takes a look at the top four going forward, and Noah Dobson and Caden Gooley and Lane Hudson and David Reinbacher. We'll see about Mayu. Mike Matheson, your thoughts on Mike Matheson and whether or not he's a defenseman that'll be with the Montreal Canadiens for the rest of the season, a contract extension, or a defenseman the Canadiens will be looking to deal, considering they have so many young defensemen?
Yeah, I can't see it. I mean, if you're bringing in Noah Dobson, it's almost a little bit redundant to have Matheson still in house. I think you've got to look at making room for some of those younger defenders, like you said. So you use Matheson to acquire another piece that fits into your lineup better, or you trade Matheson for futures, which you then use to acquire a piece, or just opening up more cap room for you to be a little bit more flexible with where you add. It just seems, I would say the writing maybe is on the wall if you're adding Dobson.
So we talk about Dobson, and Eric LeBlanc of RDS says a source tells him that the relationship between Noah Dobson and Patrick Roy was not very good. And you'd have to think, yes, one of the reasons why this deal went down was business, because Noah Dobson probably wanted big money, which he got from the Canadiens at $9.5 million. But if Patrick Roy was high on this player was going nowhere. For this player to be dealt, looks like Patrick Roy was not president of the Noah Dobson fan club.
Well, I mean, it makes sense, right? Like the Isles, they're a team that's not far off, right? Like, let's not forget that they won the lottery and moved up a ton of spots, right? This wasn't one of the worst teams in the NHL. Now they're lucking out by adding Schaefer. They've got a great goaltender. They do have some talent there. They're a team maybe a little bit in the middle there. So if you're moving Dobson, why not move out other pieces, right? If you're the Islanders, like might as well embrace the full rebuild here if you're moving out Dobson for draft picks and a guy like Heineman. Why not look for a deal for Sorokin for a team that is looking for a goaltender, right? You just signed him to a pretty decent deal. Why not look at that too and just signal the full rebuild, right? It never makes sense to me to sort of play in the middle. It just never does.
Nashville's pick is in. It's Brady Martin. Talk to me about this player. Everyone talks about just how much character this player has, how much work ethic. But is this a pick? You'll never regret a pick of a character guy and a hardworking guy. But you'd have to think there's probably going to be more talented players that are going to be drafted 6, 7, 8, 9. Your thoughts on Brady Martin going as early as 5?
I love Brady Martin. I think that the talent level is underrated. I think people sort of have put him in sort of a box because he plays a certain way, right? Oftentimes these draft eligibles that play like he does, sort of that physically intense brand of hockey, solid two-way player already, they kind of get undervalued offensively. There's sort of a tendency to say, oh, this guy's going to be, at max, a second line guy, complimentary guy, nothing more. But this is a guy that has skill. I do truly believe that his skill with the puck is underrated. I think some of the concerns that have been brought to light this year, maybe about his decision-making with the puck, his consistency. He had to do a lot with the fact that the Sioux was kind of a retooling team this year. And for a lot of nights, it was the Brady Martin show. And that's a tough ask for a draft-eligible player. I think this is a guy that has the work ethic to continue to get better, and has the ability to be one of those strong playoff performers. I would liken him to guys from yesteryears, your Mike Pekkas, your Mike Richards. He's going to make that kind of impact in the NHL. And I think that's worthwhile taking in the top, 7 or 8, if a guy can have that kind of consistent impact for your franchise. We saw the impact that guys like Richards and Pekka had for their teams for several years. I think back to when Nashville was last, really, really competitive over a long streak. And they had a lot of guys like Martin in their lineup. Nobody wanted to play Nashville because they played that sort of physically intense brand of hockey during the Scott Hartnell era. And I think that they need to get back to that. And I think Brady is sort of the beginning of that.
All right. Amazing stuff. Let's go now to the number 6 pick, Philadelphia Flyers. Oh, my God. I think it's Charles Barkley was making the pick. Isn't that something? Nice shirt. Okay. Who do you think they should pick here?
I think it'll be Martone. I've kind of felt like that's the best landing spot for Martone is in Philly. They've got a lot of offensive talent. They need a guy like Martone that's got some size, got some skill, help get those players the puck. Kind of like a really ideal line mate for a guy like Matvei Michkov. If you've got, Trevor Zegras playing down the middle and you've got Michkov on the other side.
Porter Martone it is, by the way. Porter Martone it is, yeah.
Yes. So I think that makes perfect sense. I think that's a great pick for Philly. I think he's going to fit in really well with sort of what they're building. And I think he's going to do it pretty quickly. I think he's not going to take a long time to develop into the kind of player that they want him to and need him to.
What do you think of the Flyers acquiring Trevor Zegras a couple of days ago?
At the price, it's worth it. They didn't give up a ton to get Zegras. And the offensive upside is still significant. There's some areas of his game that need to improve for sure. He's got to be more detail oriented. He's got to stay healthy. But this is a point per game guy potentially, right? And somebody that's going to improve their power play potentially. I think at that price, you have to take that swing. I think it's well worth it. Now, if you had given up a lot more, I think it's something that you could question. But if you're giving up, mid-second and what they did for Zegras, I think you do that every day. And I think more teams should have been in on that if that was the price.
Brock, we appreciate your time. We'll keep you for one more pick. The Boston Bruins are on the clock. Who's the fit for the Bruins and why?
Yeah, that's a good one. I think ultimately it might be Jake O'Brien. They seem to like that kind of cerebral type. Boston has sort of focused on that kind of player in the last few drafts. I think that's the kind of guy they're looking at.
Every team likes centerman.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's one of the smartest players in the draft, one of the best playmakers in the draft. He's going to fit really well into that. We'll call it a retool because Boston is retooling based on some of the moves that they've made. Now, the only thing I would say, maybe they are concerned a little bit about the pace. They have a similar player in Matthew Poitras, not quite as talented as Jake O'Brien, but a similar kind of slighter, not the quickest playmaking type. And after breaking into the NHL very quickly, he's kind of slowed down a little bit and has had some problems adjusting to the pro level. So maybe there's some concern that, O'Brien is a little bit too similar to Poitras. That's the only thing I can think of because I do think that O'Brien makes the most sense and is the likely pick for Boston. But we'll have to see.
I'm curious to see James Higgins here. Played a year at Boston College, right? If there's one team that knows him well, it's the Boston Bruins. He's played in their backyard, 37 points in 37 games. You talked about O'Brien, who's a center. So is James Higgins. And if Higgins goes to the Bruins at number 7, it changes things dramatically for the New York Islanders, who obviously we're hearing would love to make a splash and would love to add that player. So I'm curious to see what's going to happen here. But I'd have to think I think it's going to be either Higgins or O'Brien.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Unless they go off the board, right? Unless they take somebody like Roger McQueen, who has a ton of upside. Yes, you're concerned about the back injury, but if he hits, this is a guy that has the potential to be one of the 5 best players from this draft class. And size, especially down the middle, has been something that they have been focusing on a little bit. They took Dean Letourneau last year. Obviously, that pick hasn't quite worked out as well so far, but it's still very early. He was a project pick all along. He wasn't picked with the intention of him playing in the next couple of years. This was a 4 or 5 year down the road project that Boston had committed to. Roger McQueen could make some sense here too. I think for them, as long as they're getting a clean bill of health from their training staff for him.
Shayne Gaumond and Brian Wilde will join us in the next couple of minutes, probably in about 2 minutes' time. So we'll get Shayne ready, who's keeping his eyes open and his ears open to see if anything breaks to let us know. But Shayne will be on with Brian for a couple of minutes, and then I'll be back with Brian, and then Grant McCagg of Recruits will join us in about less than an hour's time. So we look forward to seeing this pick. Boston Bruins at number 7. Once again, the top 6 are out. Schaefer goes number 1 to the Islanders. Misa goes number 2 to San Jose. Frondell goes number 3 to Chicago. Desnoyers goes number 4 to Utah. Brady Martin goes number 5 to Nashville. Porter Martone goes number 6 to Philadelphia. And the Boston Bruins are on the clock, and they have a minute before they make their selection.
And I mean, you have to think like a defenseman's going to be in play at some point. I know that it's not the best year for defenders, but just history suggests that one of Mertka, Jackson Smith, Kashan Aitchison, one of them is going to go in this range, I think. And it could be a landing spot for Boston too, right? They might see Mertka as a guy that can play a similar role to, what Zdeno Chara did for so many years for the organization, right? They might be drawn to Jackson Smith's upside, thinking that maybe he can be a similar kind of guy like Mason Lowry, who has developed incredibly well for the Bruins as a young defender. So there's so many options that Boston has here, and it's just going to be really interesting to see what they go with. Similar to like I said with Utah earlier, right? I don't know if there's necessarily a poor choice here for the Bruins. I think any of these players that are available in this sort of tier, because I do believe that there's a pretty heavy tier for this draft. I think once you get to like 10, 11, 12, there's a bit of a drop off to that next tier. But if you're picking in this range, I think you're getting a solid player that's going to be an impact guy.
14 years, I think, since the Bruins last held the top 10 picks. 7 picks in the 2025 draft. Made 4 selections in 2024. Let's see who the Boston Bruins go with. Schaefer, Misa, Frondell, Desnoyers, Martin, and Martone are your top 6. The pick is in. Are the Bruins going at center? Will it be O'Brien? Will it be Higgins? Or are they going for a D? Adam Sandler is going to make the pick.
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty funny.
I dig it. Good piece of advertisement for Happy Gilmore too.
Yeah. James Higgins is the pick.
Yeah.
James Higgins is the pick.
Yeah. I mean, there was obviously lots of talk that, he was going to fall, possibly even outside the top 10. I just wasn't quite buying it. Again, this is one of the highest upside plays in the draft. Did he have the kind of year maybe people wanted to see at BC? No, but you can't completely ignore the sort of previous accomplishments of Higgins as well. Everybody adjusts at different speeds. This is a guy, is a tremendous playmaker, tremendously skilled, very creative. I think he's going to continue to blossom and grow, and I think he's a solid pick.
I figured this was going to happen. Higgins playing in Boston, selected by Boston. Like I figure Mertka playing in Seattle is going to be drafted by Seattle. I don't know if that's going to be true or not. But we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, well, that'll be the first time Seattle actually drafts a defender early. We keep waiting for that, and they keep shocking us by not taking one. Kind of like the opposite of what we're used to seeing these expansion teams build their team.
Brock Otten of McKean's Hockey, thank you so much for your expertise tonight and your time. It was much appreciated, man. Thank you for doing this.
Yeah, you're welcome, Tony. See you later.
All right, there you have it. Brock Otten. You got to follow him on Twitter, by the way. He's a great follow. And you know what? Let's bring in Brian Wilde from Global TV Montreal. Brian, how are you?
Very well. How are you, Tony?
Well, I'm very well. I need to go to the bathroom, and we're trying to hunt down Shayne Gaumond. But other than that, everything's great. I mean,
And wow, did the show ever change, hey? And halfway through today, and what you conceptualized suddenly became a show with not a lot of draft interest for the Montreal Canadiens.
In all transparency, because I'm as honest as they come, right?
Absolutely.
I'm wearing a diaper tonight, but I don't want to go on the diaper.
Please don't. Have you been on the air? Sorry, I've been doing other things. All 3 hours and 14 minutes and 21 seconds?
Since 5 p.m. Eastern, yeah.
That's quite a commitment, Tony.
Yeah, but Sick Media has made quite a commitment to me, so it's
that's outstanding. Wow, that's a lot of time without a break.
It's the least I can do. I can tell you, by the way, that we have had between right now, just on X alone, we have 11,300 people watching.
That's a good number. That's a good number. That doesn't beat Demidov at the airport, though.
No, it doesn't, but it's a bigger number than any other podcast in the country talking about hockey right now.
Nice.
Yeah, so we're pretty happy about that.
What a day, huh? What a day. What an amazing day for this organization.
Yeah. Yeah. So we're pretty happy about that. Your thoughts on 13,000 right now, I've been told. So thank you very much. Your thoughts on the Montreal Canadiens acquiring Noah Dobson earlier today?
Well, they coveted him for a couple of years, Tony. They've loved this player for a long, long time. They even accidentally mentioned him as a comparison piece and the kind of player that they would like to have. They loved him so much that he slipped out in their conversations all the time. And in fact, they said a couple of years ago that he was a guy that they could never get, that you had to draft a Reinbacher if you ever wanted a Noah Dobson. And then they ended up getting Noah Dobson. So this is absolutely something that the organization was clamoring for. And what a fit for the organization right now. It solidifies that top four. Everybody thought that the Canadiens might take a step back, Tony, because what they did as they made that playoff run is they caught a lot of teams napping, got them sleeping on the Montreal Canadiens because they didn't think that they were going to be that good. And the feeling was inside the hockey world that maybe next year they couldn't catch anybody napping anymore because they made the playoffs and nobody was going to fall asleep on the Canadiens. Nobody was going to go to Chez Perret the night before thinking 2 points were in the bag and it wasn't an ice pack game. The Canadiens proved them wrong, but next year they weren't going to be able to rely on that anymore. So I think people thought there was going to be a little bit of a drop off. But when you add Demidov and now you add Noah Dobson, I don't think there's going to be a drop off. And if they can manage the 2C, I think there's going to be a real strong augmentation of points for the Montreal Canadiens next year. They are now officially in the for real column.
And if I would have told you earlier today that the Canadiens would acquire Dobson and they would not give up a guy like Reinbacher, they would not give up any core player on their team, they would not give up a Jacob Fowler, you would have thought what?
I wouldn't have been able to believe it, actually. I think what happened here, and I kept seeing it, that there were a couple locations that I saw that Matthew Darche thought that he could turn over the 16 and 17 pick and turn it into James Higgins.
Yes.
Because he wanted a Long Island boy to, even though he played college in Boston, he wanted the Long Island boy to come on home. And it would have been a great coup for Darche as his first course of action as the new general manager. But Higgins is already off the table. And also 16 and 17 was never going to be worth a 4 to 6 pick. Never in the history of hockey, especially this year when the top 10 fall off so hard to 16, 17. And when we look at the math of 16, 17, I did a long 10-year study on this. And I keep referring to it because I think a lot of people really don't understand that at 16 and 17 in an average draft year, that player has a 60% chance of making the NHL and a 40% chance of not even landing in the NHL as a regular. He has only a 10% chance at 16 and 17 of being an NHL star. This year, 16 and 17 is worth about 23, as this is a very thin draft class. So for them to give up essentially two hopefuls in the NHL at the 60% range and two star possibilities at the 10% range, and Heineman for a guy who was already a star, a first pair defender in the National Hockey League at the age of 25, with now his marquee years in front of him, because we know that the best and the peak of an NHL defenseman is around 28, 29, and he's just moving into that peak, no question marks. This is an absolute coup for the Montreal Canadiens. And once again, Ken Hughes does it well.
Brian, it's always an absolute cool when we get Brian Wilde in the Sick Podcast because he brings a lot of passion and energy to the podcast the way we like it. Shayne Gaumond is here. You're going to be with me until about 9 o'clock. Is that correct? Is that cool?
Yes, 9 o'clock.
All right. So I'm going to take one of those quick bathroom breaks. Shayne's going to jump on the ice. I'm going to go to the locker room, and then I'll be back, and then you and I will go until 9 o'clock, and then Grant McCagg will join me at around 9 p.m., and then I think we'll call it a night after that. But go ahead. Once again, they're up. The selections are taking place. And Shayne, if you can let everyone know when the selections are made up right now, of course.
My feed is a little delayed here. I'm just looking at Jerry Bruckheimer, but Sammy tells us that Jake O'Brien is the pick at Seattle.
Jake O'Brien is the pick. Yes. I'll leave you guys, and I'll be back in a minute.
Fantastic. Brian, how are you? Good
or
to see
15
you.
minutes. Cheers.
No, please make it fast. Although the bladder must be full, I think it'll take 15 minutes, even if the bladder is full, Shayne. He's been going for 3 hours and 20 minutes, I'm told.
That's no, he's not done yet. He's not done yet. I mean, listen, the Habs don't pick in the first round yet. There's always the possibility that they move back in. So who knows? That's why Tony's still going here in the hope of another trade. But Brian, I don't know if you guys talked about the format of this draft so far.
No, we have not.
I'd love to get your thoughts because I have some myself.
Well, I want to get your thoughts too, but my initial thought is, somebody said it on Blue Sky that I read, and I think they've hit it spot on. Is the thought, like, is it COVID? Like, did COVID come back? Why are we doing Zoom calls? It's incredible that, and one of the things, and I don't think there's a lot of drama to a draft. You'd hope that there would be, but one thing the National Hockey League does is not really have a lot of draft table trades. And some of the other leagues have a ton of them. You watch the NFL draft. I mean, it's just crazy how much activity there is just inside the draft of trades that just doesn't happen in the NHL a lot. But the most exciting moment by far is one general manager when he walks on over to, and he nonchalants it and then he kind of bends his knees down so he can talk to the sitting man. And then he starts to propose something, and you see maybe they shake each other's hand, and you're like, wow, we've got a draft table trade. And now everybody's going wild, speculating, it's Boston and the Islanders. I wonder what happened. Who did Boston send? Who did the Islanders? This is fantastic. I remember way back when, before you were born, when Brian Burke did the Sedins trade. That was you remember that?
I wasn't born, but I
knew you weren't born.
I barely missed it. Brian. Yeah.
I was born and actually a lucid human being in my adult years already, just to age myself. And I mean, that moment was so exciting. And so, like, to suggest, let's take the best thing about an NHL draft and cancel it. It makes no sense. And then the other second point I have is, who's asking for more Gary Bettman here? Who?
Thank you. Thank you. Oh. Listen, Brian, like, I wanted to give this a chance, right? I was like, okay, let's see where this goes. Maybe the NHL has a vision here that I'm not seeing. And hey, they have a nice setup. I got to admit, they have a nice setup. But I hate this. I hate this format with a passion. Why are they bringing the prospects in a secret little room to have a Zoom call with a few of the
crazy
players? And then Boston, I mean, they froze. James Higgins couldn't even talk to them. This was bound to happen.
Oh, no, did they? I didn't see that.
It froze. He couldn't even talk to them.
The feed or the human being that was supposed to be talking to Higgins?
No, like the feed between Boston and LA froze. And then, I don't know, they couldn't hear him or something. It was bound to happen. This is horrible.
And it leads me to one more point and adds to the horrible. I mean, we might as well make it a trifecta on the horrible. And it's that the number one pick overall has just lost his mother, just so recently. And he's crying, he's bawling, and he has no family around him. He has no one to hug, no one to hold him. Just Gary. And thank God Gary didn't. That might have gone poorly.
Oh
And
my God.
and then the person that is going to do the interviews comes up, and if she were to start hugging him, like that would be really awkward because it would have been like, who is this girl? And then Matthew Darsh did not exactly embrace the moment from an emotional viewpoint either, and so that didn't go over great. And so you were left going, like this young man in this moment in his life, the last thing that should be happening is that he's alone.
Right.
Like you should be feeling the love of your family, the support of your family, and they are nowhere to be found. He is on an island in that moment, and I mean, just so unfortunate, really
It
unfortunate.
it really hurts me, Brian, because the draft for the NHL, in my humble opinion, I'm a hockey fan, but in my humble opinion, it's the best of the major sports. It's the most unique. It's the most inclusive, right? It celebrates the scouts. It's a great event, and they decide to go down. They decide to go down to the NBA's level. I mean, I watched the NBA draft. It was boring. It was boring. The draft is an event. It's a selling point for a league that needs selling points. It bothers the hell out of me. I wanted to give this a chance. I did, and I hate it. Gary, change it, man. It's no bueno.
I hope they don't continue with it. I mean, I don't think they'll continue with it. They can see that if you're on social media, and of course these guys like Bettman and Daly and the rest of the masses of, of course they're on social media. It's very important to get a feel for what your fan base thinks of something. And I can't find like a single person that's going, this is cool and neat. Like there's no one. There isn't like one single person thinks that this is a good idea. And also from a structural point of view, I don't think the general managers think it's a good idea either. Like when you're at that table at the draft with all of the other tables, and you see your placard there on sticking out from the silver base that signifies your team, you can see that everybody you need is there. It's not like just Hughes there by himself. His entire entourage is there of, late thinking on a 50-50 that the guy they didn't think was going to be available that is. You bring the whole scouting staff around you just before the pick, and you get a sense for how sure they are of the pick at that moment. Like they're always going to tell you that was our guy. We penciled him in 10 higher than we got him. Like they're always going to say those words, but it's the actions around the table when it's their pick and it's 1 minute to go, 1 minute to go, and you see the general manager is in really serious conversations. There's only one thing that conversation could be about. It's not dinner. It's who the pick's going to be. So as much as they may tell you he was always going to be our guy, it's not the truth. If you can see they're having very serious conversations between Gorton and Bobroff and Hughes, and that they're going, oh, we're not really sure here. So that is revealing as well. So there's just so much to enjoy when they're all together around that table. 20, 15, whatever it is that make up an organization's inner circle of who may make that pick. And to have us not see that anymore too is really silly. It's really, I don't know why they would do something like that. Do we have the eighth? Do we have the pick after O'Brien in?
I think.
We've missed a couple. Okay, so Murtka went in. I think
it's Murtka.
That's pretty high.
My feed's a little late, so
okay.
We'll wait for Sammy for the confirmation there.
There you go. So Murtka goes to Buffalo. People really like Murtka, and there were a lot that didn't really like him at all. Like some don't like his game at all. But I mean, I think they had to go to a defenseman after they've gone forward before. So I sometimes when you're a team like them, you got to balance themselves out. But Seattle to me has been kind of a really unlucky team. Because it was Matty Beniers when they had an opportunity as high as they got to go to acquire him, but that wasn't a really strong year. Matty Beniers is 5 in some other years, you know what I mean, or 4 in that area. He doesn't have that offensive explosiveness to be as high as he went. So they haven't really been super lucky. Seattle in the drafts. So Buffalo went 9. So 8 was O'Brien, and I
Right.
think there you're getting a really nice pick. I think the pick at 8 was really nice. O'Brien's a really nice player, great skater, really good upside, really good skill set. So I like that pick for them. So far, to me, it's kind of gone according to plan. I think the one that stood out a little bit, I was a little surprised that Frondel went ahead of Desnoyers. And then you see that people love centers, Shayne. You know what I mean?
Of course.
That people love centers. Like all the guys love center, and you're just going to see a center taken ahead of a winger every single time. So even though Porter Martone, played for Canada, has already established himself as a great U18 player for 2 years, and is just a full and complete player. And I think he's going to be a great NHLer. He still drops down because he plays on the wing. There's just less value there. Like if he played center, he would have gone 2 or 1 or 2 or 3. Yeah,
exactly. And quickly, if we go back to O'Brien here, I find this really interesting because I feel like there's a bit of a redundancy going on in Seattle. I don't know if you agree with me. You look at O'Brien, you look at Beniers, you look at Wright, you look at Catton, right? It's like, okay, like where do they go from here?
Yeah.
And I mean, let's bring it back to Habs discussion because we're having fun. We're could maybe a Matty Beniers somehow become available for trade?
Pretty young still for that. I mean, they got to see how that fleshes out as years pass. I don't think he's ever going to be a point per game player.
No,
I think he's going to top out at 60. So that that's not great for where they got him, and they've been pretty unlucky. But you're right about the same profile, and I don't think they value size enough there. Like Catton is small, right? And that's not going to help him at all. And Beniers is not small or anything, and he plays with a little bit of edge, but he hasn't developed more edge as an NHLer. He almost had more edge as a collegian than he did as an NHLer. I loved his edge when he played for the United States at the World Juniors. And Catton I don't even know if Catton's going to be a good NHLer. He's like,
interesting.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he'll be an NHLer, but he was an offensive superstar, but I think he might fall into the Savoie sort of category as far as not that big and maybe not reaching the heights that people thought because of that size. We all watched the playoff, Shayne.
Yeah.
We all watched the Canadiens get pushed around pretty bad, and I think Gorton and Hughes are pretty darn happy that their small profile is just those 2 key players. I think that the NHL is going to within 5 years be a league in which the only small players that are there are ones that are really, really prospering. In other words, are 37 goal scorers like Cole Caulfield, are Calder winners like Lane Hudson. If you're middle of the road, where I expect Catton to be, where Savoie I expect him, I don't think there's a big place for you in the league. If you can't be top 6, I don't know how much room there is for you for the Paul Marie style of game that says pound their D, stop making plays. Wear them down so by game 7 they've got nothing left.
Yeah,
I can't see Catton being that guy. You know what I mean? And so if he's not that guy, then he needs to be Cole Caulfield. And I think those are just going to be the only 2 categories left for the small guy, Shayne. You're either a star to superstar or you're not in the league. As crazy as that sounds.
No, Seattle's got to figure out their identity. I watched the eye test recently, and they were talking about Seattle needs an identity. Right now, they're just going through the motions. It seems they're not really going anywhere. And then let's flip it back to pick number 9 here. The Buffalo Sabres talk about finding an identity. The perennial losers, and I feel so bad for them. I mean, their fan base, all the credit to them. They still show up to games, and that's really impressive, quite frankly. But they get Mertka now. Their decor is very interesting because they just acquired Michael Kessler-Ring for JJ Peterka. They have Rasmus Dahlin. They have Owen Power. They have Bowen Byram. Maybe not for long. We'll see. That decor is really interesting. What do you think they're missing to take that next step, though, Brian?
Experience.
Fair.
They forgot to get some teachers in there. You know, like you look at, and I think Byram is a perfect example. Here's a guy that went really high in the draft. He was just fantastic in the Western Hockey League, had an amazing junior career. So much was expected of him. He's getting worse. And so,
Yeah.
what happens to a defenseman who's not getting taught well? You know, like I think David Savard for the Montreal Canadiens had such enormous value. You know, at the end, when he was on the ice himself, maybe he didn't have enormous value, but I think he had enormous value. And I think Mike Matheson provides that same value. And like when you look at the Buffalo Sabres, forwards and defensemen, like who have they relied on to be the teachers in that organization for 15 years? And it's always been no one. And
No.
even the stability in the front office has never been there. In the 15 years, I checked this past season when I learned it was 15 years without a playoff spot, and I was trying to figure out what happened there. And they've had in that 15 years 8 coaches, so that's a coach every 2 years or a year and a half ish. Okay, so there's no stability there. And they've gone through 4 general managers too. And a couple of those general manager choices had no experience. So, I mean, these guys just don't seem to, like, from the ownership, don't seem even like in the management positions have any respect for experience. So the owner has no respect for experience in his general manager, no respect for experience in his coaches, no respect for experience in his players. And so if you have nobody with any experience anywhere, who's going to do the teaching? And I think that's what's happened there.
It's sad to see, but I think you hit the nail on the head there, Brian. I completely agree. And I don't see it getting any better. I mean, they keep giving up on these young players because, like you said, they're not getting taught, right? So then you lose JJ Peterka, who apparently did not enjoy his time in Buffalo, and he's probably just one of the next few dominoes to fall. I mean, there was already talk about Owen Power maybe wanting to leave. This guy was the first overall pick, and he already wants to leave. Like, listen, these are just rumors. I'm not connected, but okay, sorry.
And there was a certain super high pick. There was a certain super high pick out of Buffalo too, right? Who did fairly well, winning the Stanley Cup, right?
Yeah, Jack Eichel, Sam Reinhart.
Exactly.
I mean, the list goes on. Like,
Cup winners, Shayne, that they gave up on. Whenever, I love this player, and I think for Anaheim at 10, this is a great gamble because you know why, Shayne? Roger McQueen at 10. This is a great gamble because we are already in that category where we're looking at about a 65% chance that that player becomes an NHLer. Exactly, sir. Exactly. Take the swing. Mm-hmm. Go for the fences because you're already at that not certain to be an NHL caliber player and certainly not certain to be an NHL star. So this player, if his back is healed, and the latest reports are that they're pretty optimistic that his back's going to be okay, even more okay than Lindstrom's in Columbus when they took a swing on him stupidly at 4. Thankful of that for the Montreal Canadiens with Demidov being available at 5. I think this is a good gamble at 10 because 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, we're already at a lower caliber of player. So take the swing for the fences because this guy is 6'5", skates great. Great skill set. He's going to be a fantastic hockey player if he keeps his health. He would have gone 4 or 5, I think, if he had kept his health. So this is really smart from Anaheim. And you know what? The Ducks are building a really nice base there. They can't seem to win hockey games yet, but they're building a really nice base there.
That's coming. I mean, you look at the center depth now, right? Mm-hmm. Leo Carlson, Mason McTavish. You just add Roger McQueen, 6'4" with silky mitts, right? You drafted Beckett Seneca last year, right? I mean, listen, you got Troy Terry. You just brought in Chris Kreider. You're pretty good on defense as well. They got some underrated defensemen there. Tristan Luneau, Olin Zellweger, Mintikov, Jackson Lacombe. I mean, they've got some serious stuff going in Anaheim.
Yeah, they just need those. They need the D to just mature a little bit because they're young D still, very high caliber prospects there on defense, but still young guys. And so, the hardest thing in the National Hockey League is a young team that's building like Anaheim. The biggest mistake you always make is that your defensemen are always young. Young defensemen don't know how to win games yet. And you always need a little help from the David Savars and the Mike Mathesons of the world. And as great as Anaheim is, and I think McQueen is a awesome pick, and taking a chance on him that his health is good and his back is fine is an absolute winner of a pick. I think that they've got a really, really bright future, and maybe only the second future to the Montreal Canadiens as far as prospects turning into a good NHL team.
Guys, I'm back, and I saw that pick, and I heard what you guys had to say about Anaheim, but I want to get back to Buffalo for a second.
Yeah, we hammered them.
You may have hammered them, but listen, I know that they've been a losing organization for the last 13 or 14 years, and then they've been in the cellar forever. But take a look at that blue line that they're putting together, guys. You have to admit that it's pretty impressive, okay? And it's big and it's huge. Rasmus Dahlin is what, 6'3"? Bowen
he's great.
Bowen Byram is what, 6'1"? Owen Power is what, 6'6", 6'7"? Michael Kesselring that they acquired for Peterka is what, 6'5"? Matthias Samuelsson is what, 6'4"? They just add Merca now, who's what, 6'5"? Guys, I've never seen a defense core this big before in my life, ever.
Yeah, but they need some. What we were talking about is they have no experience to teach them. Like, who's going to teach these young kids how to play winning hockey, especially on the blue line? That's a big mistake when you're trying to build a winner. And look at the diminution of the skill set of Byram without any help in the teaching category of making him a better player. He's getting to be a poorer player than he was coming out of the Western Hockey League.
There's a guy that the Montreal Canadiens have that has done that for Canadiens players over the last couple of years, and Buffalo is his second home. That's where he is in the offseason, because that's where his wife is from. But the Buffalo Sabres can use a Michael Matheson type. I'm not saying Canadiens should trade Michael Matheson to Buffalo. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, to your point, the Sabres could use a Matheson type.
Absolutely. And you look at why the Canadiens got success last year. I think one of the big aspects of it was the growth of the defensemen. And I don't think defensemen grow on their own. I think defensemen grow with help from mature defensemen. I think that the way to creating a fast turnaround and a quick rebuild is experienced defensemen to teach young defensemen how to play the game.
Grant McCagg is going to join me at about 9:00. And once upon a time, he wrote a piece, and I think he went back to when the Canadiens won the Cup in 1993 or so. In the last 30-plus years, every team that has won the Stanley Cup has had at least one blue liner 30-plus years of age. I mean, you cannot have all young defensemen at the same time. Like you just said, it does not work.
Right.
And it happens.
You got to learn how to win.
In the last 30 years, there's some teams that have had 2 blue liners, 30-plus years of age, 3 blue liners, 30-plus years of age. They all have at least a 30-plus-year-old defenseman to show the way to the younger players. Once again, do we have a live board to be able to rattle off all the picks?
I know them by heart.
Go for it.
Really?
All right,
Shayne?
Schaefer,
Yeah.
Misa, Frondel, Desnoyers. 5 was Martin. 6, who was 6 again? 6 was Martin. 7 was Higgins. 8 was O'Brien. 9 was Mertka. And 10 was McQueen.
Yeah,
I'm paying attention, guys. Come on, I'm paying attention.
Well, you are. But for those who aren't paying attention, it would be good if they know which team they were going to. But anyway.
Maybe they should pay attention.
You know what? Picks 16 and 17 are around the corner here, and that's when you'd have to think that a trade is going to be announced. And by the way, if there's some people that are watching and wondering and worrying that the trade hasn't been made official yet, the Canadiens acquiring, of course, Noah Dobson, you don't have to worry about it because, Brian, I don't know if you missed it, but Mario Pulyat, who coached Noah Dobson, with the Huskies of Rouyn-Noranda and Le Titan d'Acadie Bathurst, he won 2 championships with Noah Dobson. He was his coach. He joined us earlier tonight on the podcast and said that he sent a couple text messages to Noah, congratulating him on his move to the Montreal Canadiens and on the contract extension. And Noah told him that he's pretty excited. And Mario talked about the fact that he thinks that Noah is going to be just such a great fit to play on a Marty St. Louis coach team.
Oh wow.
You know, and he's not the first person. Like, there are a lot of National Hockey League players that are saying that they want to play for Martin St. Louis. I think that this is one of the first times in, oh God, I can't even remember, but it's ages, guys, that a player could go anywhere and he chose the Montreal Canadiens. Like this isn't a draft pick that was taken and had to be a Montreal Canadian. This guy
you know
had
what this
32
says, right?
choices. He had
Yeah, and
31 choices.
You're right about that. You remember when we've been talking about the fact that Marty St. Louis might change free agents' minds to come to the Montreal Canadiens, and the season that Lane Hudson had might change free agents' minds to come to the Montreal Canadiens, because Hudson made mistakes, which I call learning moments, and he never got chastised for it. He never got punished for it. He was never a healthy scratch. He was never benched. He was never upstairs.
Yeah,
it was. And they put him out there the next shift. And players want to be a part of that. Nick Suzuki picking up a career high 89 points. Offensive players are saying, I can have a career season with Marty St. Louis. Cole Caulfield picking up a career high in goals. Offensive players are saying, I can put up big goals with Marty St. Louis. The Canadiens' number one line, scoring more goals at even strength, 5v5, than any other line in the league. A lot of big-time players are saying, I can put up big numbers with Marty St. Louis. It's Christopher Letang making the pick for the Pittsburgh Penguins with the 11th pick overall.
Oh, wow.
Benjamin Kendall.
Wow.
Whoa!
Oh, man. Wow.
We got our first riser. Yes.
We got our first riser, but we also got our first small boy. Like I was predicting, and I just got it wrong. I was predicting small players were going to fall.
Wow.
Yeah.
Good for him. Oh, that's cool.
Tony, your thoughts on that pick? Because for me, this is a huge surprise.
He's a 5'10" centerman.
Yeah.
He's
and
a
I just can't
right-handed
believe
shot
it.
who plays for the Calgary Hitmen, WHL, put up big points, 99 points in 65 games, but the WHL does not have the reputation of being the toughest league in the Canadian Hockey League, and you usually put up points in the WHL a lot easier than you would put them up in the Q or in the OHL. Having said that, we were talking to, I think it was...
Sorry, check out role model on the screen. His role model is Brendan Gallagher. I love this guy. Wow.
But you can't discount that they've chosen a small player. Like, it's really shocking. Like, when you think that the first, like, if you just say to yourself, who's going to be the first riser? And you make the inference that the first riser is going to be some 6'5" guy that they're going to just think can figure out how to show a little bit more creativity, but they're already like the fact that he plays a big, mean game. And because of the way the playoffs were just played, and because everybody's becoming huge, I mean, Tony just ran through the Buffalo blue line, and it was a bunch of 6'4" men. So, I mean, how is this a 5'10" kid going to be able to compete in the bigger NHL that is coming right in front of us, and it's not going to go the other way ever again?
I have the answer for you. I have the answer for you. I'm not surprised that the riser is a smaller player, because the smaller player, if he wasn't small, probably wouldn't be ranked where he is. Right? Because they still get disrespected, these players, right?
Well, sure. Lane Hudson went 62nd.
Correct. So if there's going to be a riser, you would think it's are the Penguins trading down? Their 12th pick, yeah.
What's the trade?
I understand what you're saying. Like, you're saying that the kid would have been 7th if he were taller, right?
Correct.
But he's not. And that's why he was, I think, around 18, 19, 20 in that area. I'm like, this isn't just a little riser. This is a big jump.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
This is a huge jump. Yeah, this is a really big jump. And, it's interesting because when you were going to the bathroom, by the way, how'd that go for you? Did you go okay?
It went well. I even had a bite to tell the truth. Yeah.
Oh, well done. When you were gone, Shayne and I were discussing that we really loved the attempt of McQueen at 10, because as we move to 11, it's all really, really discombobulated now. You can see it. You can see how it is with him going, a small guy going that high.
Kevin Weeks just put eyes on the New York Islanders, so we'll see what happens there.
Well, they wanted Higgins, eh? I mean, they really rolled the dice on 16, 17, thinking they could turn that over. But man, they were dreamers. I saw a couple people say that 16 and 17 was worth 4 to 6, which made me laugh. There's no way in the world 16 and 17 is worth a pick around 5. Come on, people.
No.
Like, you're experienced at this job and that was what you thought? That's
Yeah.
a joke. The best you can hope for is around 9. And it didn't come together for him, and Higgins was gone at 7 anyway. Which
So I
surprised me
have
a
the
little.
trade details here, guys.
All right, let's hear it.
So Pittsburgh is moving down from 12. In exchange, Philadelphia is moving up and in trading 22 and 31. So Flyers on the clock.
Yeah, the 12. Well, I like
Yeah.
what the Flyers did. Martone is a perfect Philadelphia guy. They're going to be thrilled with that. They were the guys that dropped in the lottery and saw their pick go from 4 to 6. They might have been targeting Martone anyway and got the guy that they wanted, Philadelphia. So even though they lost twice with the jump of the Islanders and the Utah Mammoth, I think Philadelphia did pretty well. And now they're doing really well with this trade. Because I'll make a trade for 12 from 22 and 31 every day of the week. Every day of the week.
That's a
By
good trade.
31, you guys, you're looking at a 45% chance to be in NHL and a 4% chance of being a star.
Yeah.
12, a completely different stratosphere.
And there's some good names available. Brian, who
Still
would you
some
go
great
here?
names. Oh,
Who fits for the Flyers?
maybe a D, maybe Smith. Maybe Smith.
Oh,
He's got big upside. People are confused about like what that kind of defenseman can be, but he skates well. He's got a good head.
How about
I
this?
think I'd go Jackson Smith. How about you guys? What do
How
you
about
think?
this? The Flyers, knowing they like Russian players with Mishkov. How about Prokhorov?
Oh, that's pretty high for Prokhorov. I only know one dude who has Prokhorov that high, and he's
they
not
could have
your next
gotten
guest.
him had they stayed at 22 or 31. I don't think they
Yes.
do that.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh,
Nikola
man.
Klutsia of TVA Sports tells me that Prokhorov already knows the team that he's going to go to. Now, that tells you that, like, that could tell you that.
That's impossible to know.
Yeah, well, a team told them that, you know, we're going to be our guy. So either
That's
that team is
impossible to
gonna
know
be
that, though, you know.
drafting pretty late or drafting pretty early.
That's impossible to know.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna go Smith for sure, because Philadelphia lets in a lot of goals, and they've already taken a winger. They took a centerman in Luchenko last year. I think they're gonna go. I think I'm gonna go out on a limb on Smith.
What about Eklund?
Yeah, he was ranked 10th overall. Yeah,
I like
I'm
Eklund, man.
gonna take the North American profile from Briere.
Frank
fair.
Saravalli says the Ducks are bringing newly selected Roger McQueen to Disneyland tonight in a helicopter.
Okay, that's some good information.
Like right now. Isn't that something?
And he hurts his back.
Oh my God! don't put him on the coasters. Just take pictures with Mickey Mouse.
Here it is, back on the Buttercups.
Oh no. Oh
Yeah,
that's
there you
interesting,
go.
though.
They just put up on Sportsnet. They just put up the top 2 choices, and you were the number 1 choice at Eklund, and I was the number 2 choice at Smith. So they seem to think defenseman there. Yeah,
We got this going on, Brian. But guys, this is interesting with the Ducks, though, and I want to get your takes. They have 3 big time centers there: Carlson, McTavish, and now McQueen. Is one of them going to be a winger? What do they do here?
Well, the just before I get to answer that, I just want to pick up on what you guys were just saying. The logical pick, you're right, is defense, because seeing as not a lot of defensemen have come out and all the forwards, at that point, you can wait for your chance to get a forward because they're probably all the same at this point.
That's correct.
When not a lot of defensemen come out, you say, no, we have to pick the second or third best defenseman in the draft. You have to. And that's why they're doing what they're doing. Yeah, correct.
And I just feel like they'll like the profile, a little bigger profile for Smith, and I think they'll like the North American profile of Smith. It's just my feeling what's going on in the Philadelphia organization. It's still the same Broad Street Bullies type of organization in terms of size, toughness. They want a big player with skill sets, and they don't tend to even today. You know, like you think that it's 40 years since time has passed, but if you get a chance to go to a hockey game in Philadelphia, the atmosphere is still we love the violence, and so I think they'll go for a bigger profile there. Although the skill set of Eklund is probably higher. Yeah.
Okay.
I thought Eklund was going to be the second D off the board, and I was surprised it was Murka. Oh, here we go. Oh no, this is Gary. I think it's another 11 minutes before the pick is made.
Frank Saravalli saying the Canucks made another run at bringing back Brock Besser. He's going to market on July 1st.
That's not surprising. You know, an American in Vancouver, I'm not surprised by that at all. So these guys get a former Philadelphia Eagle to make their selection. Go Birds. That was an opportunity I'll take to say go Birds.
Whoa!
It
Jack
is?
Nesbitt. Centerman Jack Nesbitt.
Wow. You know, a lot of people thought the Canadiens might take a run at Nesbitt. And again, this just shows as well, you guys, that like this is center position, eh? It's just crazy how they value the center position.
There goes our entire theory on defensemen. But listen, there's a lot of people that had this centerman touted very high.
Yeah, big boy, man, big boy. and it's amazing now. Like Big is now 6'5", right?
Yeah,
like Big used to be 6'3", and now Big is 6'5", and 6'3" is on the bigger side, but not big. So you've got Mertka 6'5", you've got Nesbitt here 6'5", you got McQueen, I believe, is listed as 6'5". I mean, you got some like. It's a size world, and that's why that's why the Calgary Hitman kid really surprised me that they took him. Really surprised me.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And they traded up to get him. I think that's a great pick. 22 and 31, man. That's a wing and a prayer at 22 to 31 this year. That's the equivalent of 37. Yeah. That's the equivalent of 22 and 31 this thin draft year. I would say is the equivalent of 27-ish to 37-ish.
They had to know he was coming off the board soon.
Yes, they wanted him bad, and that's great though. That's great for the draft that there's actually a trade and some action. So many of the drafts go, you know, everybody announces at 9 a.m. it's going to be an unbelievable day with a million things happening, and nothing happens. But today's been a really good day. It's been a busy day.
In case you missed it, we're talking of the CPA as well. The NHL minimum salary will go up from $775,000 this season to $1 million in 2029, 2030. There's going to be less preseason games. Training camps are going to be shorter. Starting in 26, 27, there's going to be 84 regular season games. There's going to be some changes to the NHL CBA. So
neck guard, mandatory neck guard for new players.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah,
that's good. It's, you know, but the overall message I think is a great one. Is I don't think the National Hockey League could have afforded to have another work stoppage. I think it would have been really bad for the game. It's already not in a great place. I like to watch the morning shows on ESPN, Get Up and First Take. I really love those two shows.
Yeah.
Like they mention hockey 3 times out of 365 days.
Yeah.
It's really bad. You know, and hockey's not in a great place in America. And if there was a work stoppage, it would be pretty bad.
Well, if PK Subban wasn't there, the 3 times would be 0.
That's right. Right. But I mean, he's there because they put him on 3 times.
Yeah.
Right.
I like hearing PK talk about hockey, but when he talks about hockey with Shannon Sharp and Stephen A. Smith, it just doesn't seem right. Like they just.
No, it's not very good. It's not very good because it's hard for him to get comfortable with those two guys that could care less.
It probably sounds as bad as when I talk basketball.
Right.
Sharks,
I don't think they care. Yeah.
Sharks U23 core. I saw this on the internet earlier this evening, guys. Macklin Celebrini.
Yeah.
Franchise center. Will Smith, first line center. William Eklund, first line winger. Michael Mika, first line center. Might move to the wing, might be a second line centerman. Yaroslav Askarov, franchise goalie in the making. Sam Dickinson, first pair defenseman. This coming from Big Head Hockey. Follow him on application X.
They need a little more D help though, Tony.
Yeah, but that's quite the players they're putting together there. That's
quite the players. But I'll tell you what, there's this team in Montreal. I don't know if you've seen them, but they're a building team that only started their rebuild 3 years ago, and that's a hell of a top 4. That's a hell of a top 4, you guys, on defense, and that's how you win hockey games. And that's a nice mix. And they're only a center short of being a really, really high quality hockey team. And I heard a rumor about Jordan Kyrou today. I don't know about that one. I don't know why the Blues would give up on a 36 goal scorer, but
Yeah.
who just signed for 8 years. But
his name's been
that'd
out there
be
quite a bit for a guy who
that-
scores as much as he does.
exactly. And what a coup that would be. He'd be the winger that would play with Demidov that would change things tremendously. And I don't think I love that rumor because I can't see it making a lot of sense. I love the Dobson rumor. I even blue skied it, saying that I think this is going to actually come to pass. And I even predicted a 16-17 and a prospect. So feel pretty good about that when it came to pass. Just an absolute coup for Hughes. And I just think that, man, if they get it all good goaltending and stay healthy, I think they can find 100 points. I think they can find 100 points.
Well, look, you know
Canadiens.
What? The Canadian, at one point, you got to go for it. And Kent Hughes and Jeff Gordon are in them. They're in that mode right now.
Yeah.
They're in, let's go. Let's no more messing around here. It's time to turn this thing around.
Yeah.
We're ready. And you know what? They said to the players at the end of the season last year or this past season, get ready. It's going to be really hard to make the playoffs next year because everyone's going to be gunning for you. They've just given themselves a nice head start with Noah Dobson.
Yeah, and put this on the thinking cap as well, you guys. Everybody said right now there are really no sellers, and the Pittsburgh Penguins are really the only seller apparently. So basically, we've had one player get sold.
Yeah,
and the Canadiens got him.
Yeah, and think about this. Think about this, right? Think about this. The Canadiens will go into the next season with Dobson replacing David Savard.
Yep.
At right-handed D.
Yep.
And Demidov, who played just a couple of regular season games in the playoffs, replacing Heineman.
Yeah. Yeah. And they got to find a Christian Dvorak replacement too, eh? Like he provided some good minutes. He was great in the face-off circle at 60%. Like there are a couple of holes to fill, but they're not big holes. The top six needs one more guy, and the top four is already set. And honestly, it's fantastic. While we have a second here, what do you see as the pairings on defense this year?
Gooley with Dobson.
Okay. See, I disagree with you guys.
You don't think so?
Maybe long term, Gooley and Dobson, but for this year, it's tricky.
I'm going I'm going to stay with Lane Hudson. Was no poorer a player on his off wing than he was his on wing. So I'm going to say they keep him on the right side with Gooley because he was the same player. He did not degrade being on the offside at all. So my first pair is still Gooley and Hudson.
Yeah.
And my second pair is Matheson and Dobson. And my third pair is Xhekaj and Carrier.
I like that.
Those are my pairings.
Oh, you both had Xhekaj ahead of Struble.
Yeah.
Yes. I think that they want him to be
out.
that. They can switch out and go with a guy gets fatigued, because I think what happens to both of those players is they get fatigued, and I don't think they get fatigued physically. I think they get fatigued mentally. Like they can both go about 6-7 games, and then their decision making drops a notch. So if you want to play with those two and swing them in and out of the lineup according to their energy levels, I think that could work. That's the 5-6.
Detroit.
Tony, you like that?
Yeah, I'm just thinking about which salary the Canadiens are going to move. Marc-Olivier Baudouin, who says that after the trade and the signing of Dobson, the Canadiens will have 1.846 available in cap space, with 17 players, including Carey Price, under contract. Dobesh and Jane Struble have to sign a new deal.
Yeah.
Money's going to have to move.
And they're tight with Dvorak, right? They got to fill the Dvorak and Armia spot even with those numbers. So they'll
those
probably
are the players that'll move.
I think they're going to fill those with $1 million guys like Kapanen.
Then you're fine. Yeah.
Then you're fine. And I don't know if who did you say, Marc-Olivier
Baudouin.
I don't know if in that he's computed that they can go 10% over the cap on Carey Price during the season. I haven't looked at those numbers, but it seems a little tight to me, and it
Yeah.
might not include the fact that they can go buy 10% over the cap before they can LTIR Carey Price on opening day. I
Yeah.
think they have more room than that. Oh, Carter Bear at 13. What do you think? I think
You
he was
know what?
expected to go a smidge higher. No.
For selfish reasons, I was hoping it was going to be Aitchison, and I'll tell you why. Imagine Edvinsson with Sider and Aitchison with Sandine Pellikka. That top four would have been disgusting, but I love Carter Bear.
Gentlemen,
Love Carter
Anthony
Bear.
Martineau of TVA Sports had an interview with Carter Bear, which I'd love to play. Brian, an hour goes fast when you're having fun. I want to thank you very much.
Oh, pleasure.
Shayne Gaumond, I'll talk to you a little bit later. Thanks for replacing me for my bathroom break. Guys, thanks for being part of the Sick Podcast on this special NHL Draft Extravaganza for 2025. The Columbus Blue Jackets are on the clock. Carter Bear just selected by the Detroit Red Wings, and Anthony Martineau of TVA Sports had a chance to chat with Carter Bear just a couple of weeks ago. We're going to play the interview for you right now, and Grant McCagg coming up of Recruits.
Pretty simple question to start. How much are you happy to be here, considering all the stuff you've been through this year?
To be here, it's I never would have thought this. So it's it's really cool to be here. Like when you're younger, you're watching the combine. You're younger, like seeing these young stars are big stars today, and just watching on YouTube or something like of a combine and being here now, it's pretty cool. So yeah.
What's your plan for the summer? Do you think you'll be ready for the next season?
Yeah, like it's pretty different now because of my injury, but I think right now what me and my team are kind of saying I should be ready for the season. So it's a little bit tricky right now with the rehab process, but I think it's going to be good no matter what by the end. So yeah.
Tell me a bit about your game style now, Carter. Is there any NHL player you like to watch?
I think to this day I like to watch in my game after is Brendan Hagel. Kind of like the same player, and same what I want to play like, and I think you have the same capability, and yeah, I think that's just my player comparison for sure.
I'm from Montreal, so I have to ask you a few questions about the Habs for sure.
We can stop it here. We can stop it here. We can stop it here because he's not going to be drafted by the Montreal Canadiens. He was just drafted by the Detroit Red Wings, 13th pick overall. We bring in from Recruits Grant McCagg. Grant, how are you?
You.
What's going on?
Oh, just still trying to get over Philly moving up to pick Jack Nesbitt. That one.
Talk to me about
kind of
that.
Surprised me.
Really? Why?
Well, I just I thought he would go later in the first, but I get it. I think that they, getting Martone and Nesbitt, they thought with having Konechny, Luchenko, and Michkov, that you sort of have to balance it with some size, right? And so I get it that they went big, but I just thought it was maybe a bit of a reach moving up to 12 to get Nesbitt. I don't know. I don't think he had, I think he has middle line upside. And I'm not sure, they still need to get a first line center, I believe.
Grant, if we take a look at your draft guide in Recruits and recruits.ca, we take a look at the top 10 picks. And of course, Matthew Schaefer goes number 1. And you had Matthew Schaefer at number 1. Michael Misa went number 2. You had Michael Misa at number 2. Anton Frundell went number 3. You had Anton Frundell at number 3. Caleb Desnoyers went number 4. You had Desnoyers at number 4. Brady Martin went number 5. You had him at number 5. I think I'm going to stop now, Grant, but you did pretty well this year.
Oh, well, yeah, well, it's easier at the top, right? There's guys that jump out usually. And I was pleased to see that things went as I, the same as I had predicted, or not predicted, but the same as I ranked.
Grant, you're high on Danil Prokhorov, who is yet to go out a 6'5" winger, about 220. Talk to us about him and his potential, and ultimately where you think he's going to go.
Yeah, well, I think he'll go somewhere, between 15 and 30, somewhere. I've seen him in, the second round in a lot of lists, but, if I was the Canadiens and it gets to about pick 25 and he's still there, I was looking at, draft chart valuations, and 41, 49, and 78 get you into the top at the end of this first round. And I don't know if they're thinking that or if they would have a waltzing partner or not, but I would try to move up to get him if he's still there at 25, and he might be.
Well, listen, the Columbus Blue Jackets are up at 14, and they got a couple of players. Voronkov's one that they drafted in the 4th round, who's a Russian, obviously, in 2019. And so they got a couple of players that they drafted out of Russia. Marchenko's another one who they drafted in the 2nd round.
They might look at him.
Yeah,
I think they'll take Jackson Smith, but they might be looking at Prokhorov too. My guess would be Jackson Smith would be who they would grab, though.
The pick is just a couple of minutes away. Grant, talk to me about your thoughts on Noah Dobson. The Montreal Canadiens, still unofficial. They haven't announced it yet at the draft. You would think that they're going to draft it. They're going to announce it in a couple of minutes' time because the Canadiens are supposed to have pick 16 and 17. Isn't this something? It's Meredith Gaudreau, Johnny Gaudreau's
nice
wife, who's making the pick for the Columbus Blue Jackets. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that nice?
It is.
Yeah, that's really nice. Why don't we just sit back then before I
Sure.
talk to you about Dobson and just watch the selection here from our respective television sets, of course.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so nice. Schaefer 1-1, Misa 1-2, Frondel 1-3, Desnoyers 1-4, Brady Martin 1-5, Porter Martone 1-6, James Higgins 1-7 to Boston. It's Jackson Smith.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That doesn't surprise me. I figured that they'll be happy. I think that he was there still at 14. Just a 6'4" kid, that one of the best skaters in the draft,
Wow.
arguably top 3 skaters. And yeah, he doesn't always make the right decisions out there. He's a bit, there are a lot of similarities between him and Dobson, actually. He's a kind of a Dobson type. If I were to compare him to an NHL defenseman, there are some similarities there, but he is even an even better skater than Noah Dobson.
1 gold with Canada at the U18s. Committed to Penn State for 2025, 2026. Grant, you hit the nail on the head.
Yeah.
Okay, while we wait for the teams to make their next selections, I was asking you about Dobson. Go ahead. Your thoughts on the trade?
Yeah. Well, I'm sure you were following social media all day, Tony, when it, at some point this morning, the rumors were hot and heavy that Montreal was in the serious running for them. Then it looked like it came down to 2 teams, Columbus being the other. And but then you saw the Reinbacher, which I thought was just, there was no way that they just drafted 5th overall that they're going to trade for another right defenseman. It just made no sense.
No, as a matter of fact, you know what, I saw Reinbacher several games down the stretch for Laval. Grant, I was hearing great reports on Mayu. I'm going to be honest with you. The last 3-4 games that I saw, I like Reinbacher a lot more.
Oh, Reinbacher's going to be a solid stud defenseman. And, I thought if it was going to be one of the two, it'd be Mayu that was traded.
Yeah.
But even that, I prefer. I'm glad that they held on to Mayu too, and that I think that they got a really good price. I was expecting it to be a first Mayu, maybe something else.
Yeah.
And that it was going to cost 11 million. That's what you were hearing, 11 million average salary. Got it under 10. Cost them the 2 picks.
Yeah.
Which I think, I don't know that they would have got somebody that they have so much. They have a nice top 6 going forward. I don't know that picks at 16, 17 would have been in their top 6 forwards or their top 3 defense. So why not pick up a minute muncher defenseman that can, that can play on the power play? He'll probably run the second power play.
Yeah.
I'd like to see him paired with Gooley. I think that would be a really nice pairing.
I think that's going to be the pairing. And by the way, I don't know if it's going to be as of this season, but I think going forward, the defense partner for Hudson is going to be Reinbacher.
That's what I was just going to say.
Yeah.
I see that as the top 4.
So
nice compliments to each other.
Yeah, so do I.
Yeah, we agree on that.
I really see that. Now, will Mike Matheson end up signing a contract extension and be with the Montreal Canadiens for several years to come and eventually find himself on a third pairing? Your thoughts?
Yeah. Well, that's not, if he's on your third pairing, you got quite a defense core, right?
I was mentioning to Brian and Shayne, once upon a time, you wrote a piece. You're going back the last 30 years. Every team that's won the Stanley Cup has had at least one blue liner, some 2, some 3, 30 plus years of age. You can't have all young defensemen together at the same time. It just doesn't work.
That's right. That's right. And that's why I think, there'll be no rush to get rid of Carrier or Matheson, both of them. Every report I hear about Matheson and, even in talking to Rob Hudson about him on time, the players adore him. And he's such a role model and such a mentor for the rest of them that I would not be surprised if they signed him long term. And he's a Montreal boy too, right? There's so many good, compelling reasons to keep him around. And boy, if he's on your third pairing, wow, that has the makings of being perhaps even the best defense core in the NHL.
Some people get down on him from time to time, but you know what? It's not his fault that he plays 25, 26 minutes a game against the best players on the other team. If he ends up being on your third pairing and he ends up being under 20 minutes a game, you're going to love him.
Oh, for sure. And, a reason why, he turns over some pucks, but he's got the puck a lot of the time too. He's playing 25 minutes. He's so fast. He's always getting to the puck. So when you've got the puck a lot of the game, you're going to have more turnovers than the defenseman that plays 15 minutes and rarely has the puck. So you got to take the good with the bad.
Vancouver Canucks are up with pick 15. Who do you see?
I think they might take Aitchison. They could use another defenseman, and he wouldn't be a bad pick there. But Victor Eklund, he's dropped. Most guys had him top 10. Cole Reshny played Victoria center with a lot of upside. One of those 3, I think, would be nice. Would be right in their wheelhouse at this point.
Sportsnet was just showing notable players that have been drafted 15th overall. Joe Sakic, Al McInnes, and Mike Bossy are on that list. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, not bad, eh? Yeah.
Cole Caulfield, not too shabby. But Joe Sakic and Mike Bossy drafted 15th overall. That's insane. So Vancouver and then the Canadiens are set to have 2 picks. And, of course, we expect the announcement to be made at Montreal's pick that they're not picking, and that it's going to be the New York Islanders who are picking.
Yeah.
It looks like the pick is in for the Vancouver Canucks. Graham McCagg says Aitchison. We'll see what the Canucks have in store for us.
Eklund, Aitchison, Reshny, one of those three I would be my guess, but there's been a couple surprises already, so this is a point in the draft where things usually get pretty unpredictable.
Yeah. Pick is coming up.
Okay.
Mikael Samuelsson, who's making the pick.
Oh, yeah? Oh, okay. Interesting.
You're ahead of me. Braden Coots.
Braden Coots.
Wow. Didn't see that one
He
coming
was
up.
the captain of the Canadian U18 team at the at the U18s, and real character player, great skater. They just saw a lot of him playing in Seattle, not far away to go scout him.
Of course, yeah.
A nice player. I can't argue that. He's going to help you win, and really good skater. And he showed at the U18s that he's got maybe a little more offensive upside than we originally thought. So I can't dispute that pick at all. That's a solid pick for them.
Grant, first pick, second pick, third pick, everyone's going to say he's great, he's great, he's great. But is there a player in the draft that has gone up until this point, where 15 picks in, where you think a team really got a steal with that player being available, or had some luck on their side? Like, I don't know if Higgins is going to be a steal, but if I would have told you 1 year ago that Higgins was going to go 7th, would you have believed that 1 year ago?
Oh no, not a year ago for sure.
Yeah. So,
but I thought he might drop as far as 10. So
wow.
Yeah. So I'm not that surprised, but not really. Not. It's been more guys going higher than I thought they'd go than anybody that I thought. Carter Bear, I guess, would be the closest to.
Yeah.
Like
you had him at 11 and he went 13.
And I think it's because of the injury.
Yeah.
I had him at 11, but I liked him probably top 8 or 9 before the injury. So if he's healthy, comes back and it doesn't affect his skating in any regard, I think that he could end up being a solid pick for his motor never stops, Tony. Always around the puck. Just a great you love the way he plays. So I like that pick at 13. I think they got good value there if he's fully healthy.
Okay. Let's see. The New York Islanders should be making their selection now.
And it's there. Other than Prokhorov, there's no one on the board there where I say, "Well, geez, I really wish they would have kept the 16th and 17th picks."
Yeah.
I think they'll look at Carbonneau as a possibility here. Aitchison, I'm a little surprised hasn't been picked yet, but then there's also Eklund. All of those guys. I know most scouts that I talked to had Eklund top 10.
Yeah.
It's just his size is because he's a 5'10", 5'11" winger. It's hurting him a bit, but he you talk about motors. This kid just is the most competitive, never stops, and he played against men all year and excelled. He was in the top 6 role all year. He'd be a great pick for the Islanders, I think, or anybody at this point. Wouldn't have minded in Montreal, but I think they would have been looking for size too, and they may not even have taken him at 16 or 17.
Yeah. Rob Rossi, by the way, who writes for The Athletic, has covered the Pittsburgh Penguins for a very, very long time. There's speculation that Sidney Crosby is getting traded tonight or tomorrow or this weekend, whatever it is. And Rossi writes, Pat Brisson, agent for Sidney Crosby, told me just now in a text message that speculation about Crosby leaving the Penguins are baseless rumors. So there you have it.
I would think that he'd have been traded by now. It would have one of the things that would have been involved would have been a high pick if you're trading Sid, and
he would have been traded by now for sure. You're right about that.
I think so. Yeah. No, I really don't see him leave. You know, Sidney is a loyal guy, and he's going to have loyalty to Pittsburgh, and I'd be surprised if he ends up going anywhere. I've heard that Mario might be buying
back the team. Yeah. If he goes anywhere, I think his first pick's going to be with McKinnon in Colorado.
Yeah. I think it'd be either Colorado or Montreal if he went anywhere. I think those would be the two teams that would interest him. You know, Dad drafted by Montreal back in the day, they were Habs fans growing up, and the history and everything with Montreal. I think it would be Colorado or Montreal if, you know, by some slim chance it was ever decided that he'd be traded. I think Malkin would be, if it was going to be one of the two that they were going to deal, it would be more likely to be Malkin, but I suspect both will end their careers in Pittsburgh.
All right. Okay. The Canadiens. Let's see what's happening here. Lugens Dort.
What's that?
Lugens Dort is up. He hit the trade button. All right. Trade alert.
Oh, they're going to actually announce it. Good.
Yeah. Lugens.
The Montreal Canadiens trade.
So the news that everyone knew and has known for the last, 7 hours or whatever it is, the Canadiens trade picks 16, 17, and Emil Heineman to the Islanders for Noah Dobson. Your thoughts on the Canadiens trading Heineman, Grant?
Suitcase Heineman. Poor guy, eh? He's only played 80 games in the NHL, or not even that, and he's already in his third organization.
Yeah. Calgary, Montreal, New York.
Yeah. I think it's more a question of, Florida.
Florida to Calgary, yeah.
It's Florida, Calgary, Montreal,
New York. Yeah, it's four.
New York, so four teams. It's more a question of teams liking him than because he's been part of some pretty significant deals, you know. He was part of the Sam Bennett trade back in, who turned out to be pretty good for Florida. And then the Monahan deal and Toffoli. It was Toffoli deal.
Yeah.
Now the Dobson deal. So,
Grant, do you expect the Canadiens to try and make a move to pick up a player in the first round after trading away two of them?
Maybe, yeah, because they have the bullets. I think 41, 49, 78 get you into the end of the, trade or value wise, it gets you into the end of the first. And I really don't, I said it going into the draft. They had 7 picks in the top 82 for the first time since 1981, and they have I think they have the best under 25 group in the league. They're just, there was no use of them using all 7 picks. I saw them trading some of them, and they already did 2 for Dobson. And I wouldn't be surprised if They still have 5 picks in the second and third round. They're not all going to play for the Habs. Be lucky if 2 of them do.
Yeah.
Why not package several of them, at least 2 of them, try to move up. If there's a guy that slips for them, I hope it's Prokhorov. I think he'd be a great fit for them. I don't know if they like him. I have no idea. Bob Robb will have done his homework on it. He'll know him inside out. And
oh, you're right. If there's one guy who's going to know him, Bob Robb will know him.
He will. And, they either like him a fair bit or they don't like him. Yeah, and I have no idea which it is, but I like him. I think he's exactly what they could use in the top 9. A 6'5" Russian version of Josh Anderson, but with a little more scoring ability. They could use that. I think that would be a nice complementary piece to all the skill guys that they have in the first 3 round, on the first 3 lines.
All right. Okay. Let's hear these 2 picks, Grant, and then I'll call it a night. It's been a long night. The Islanders have 2 picks, pick 16 and 17.
Okay. They're not going to announce them both at the same time, are they?
No, I would think they're not.
No. They might even trade one of them. You never know. Pittsburgh did, right?
Yeah.
They had the back-to-backs, 11-12, and ended up picking Eklund. There you go.
Eklund.
Hey. He dropped, so that's nice value.
That is nice value, eh?
Oh, yeah. I had him top 10, and I think a lot of teams, a lot of scouts have him top 10. So get him at 16. That's the guy that's dropped. You asked me a while ago about who could end up being a steal in it. Here's
Here's one, yeah.
Here's one for sure. Yeah. I think he'll play in their top 6 and be very soon help them out and help them win. So really like that pick for the Islanders. So
what if Eklund would have been a Hab?
Yeah, would have been nice. Wouldn't have been bad.
Doesn't help as much as Dobson.
No, and I don't know that they needed another smaller winger. I think that they would have preferred, and they've talked about it, is that they wanted to add some size, and
yeah,
they just happened to do it on the blue line, right? 6'4" mobile defenseman. So I think they'll add some size with the picks they have remaining down the road. But Eklund's a nice piece, for the Islanders moving forward, and it'll be interesting to see if they target. They'll have some money freed up, not signing Dobson, obviously, and maybe they target some UFAs too, right? But I think Darsh is taking he had a look at the team, and I felt the same way, that they have to rebuild, that they weren't going to contend anytime soon. So maybe take a hit for a year or two, accumulate a bunch of high picks, then much like the Canadiens, then start to go after, bigger pieces when you are more competitive.
Yeah. So, Nikola Klutsi of TVA Sports tweeting out, the Canadiens would have had a chance to draft Eklund and Aitchison if they didn't make this move. But I think everyone will take the move right now because, the Canadiens don't need players that can help them in 2 or 3 years from now. They need to take the next step. This year was to be in the mix. And now I think the slogan next year has to be, taking the next step.
Yeah. And they can let Mayu and Reinbacher percolate a bit, right? There's no rush on these guys. They're not quite ready. I think Reinbacher, if he'd have played all of last year, would probably be ready.
Yeah.
He maybe needs a little more seasoning, just just the reps, right? If he goes back for a little bit to play in the AHL, that's not a bad thing at all. And Logan Mailloux, you know, we're impatient with him, but it's still, the fact remains, he only played 100 games in the OHL. He's only played 2 seasons in the AHL. He played less than 100 games in the OHL. Thomas Harley played 200 games in the OHL and almost the same number of AHL games as Logan Mailloux before he was ready. Logan still got like that 80 games of experience that he could use. You know, to be ready. Look at Harley now. He was on the Canadian, that world.
He's fantastic. Yeah, the Four Nations face-off.
The Four Nations thing. He was, and really good, right?
He was basically in the playoffs too. He was really good when he came in. By the way, we saw a very emotional Matthew Schaefer when picked first, and now we're seeing the pictures and the videos, and Matthew Darsh, if you're wondering what kind of GM he's going to be, well, I'll tell you what kind of person he's going to be. Matthew Schaefer, of course, in February 2024, lost his mother to breast cancer, and there was a breast cancer ribbon on the jersey with his mother's initials on it, and that's why when he was picked, he kissed the ribbon and kissed the initials and pointed to the sky and started to break down. It was really something. It was really something.
I didn't see it, unfortunately, but the reports that I got from Tina and from my nephew, it was pretty emotional, and I'll certainly see it when I'm done with my podcasting and have a look at that.
Carey Price interviewed by Renaud Lavoie a couple of hours ago on not entering the Hockey Hall of Fame this year. I was excited leading up to the announcement, but at the end of the day, the Hall of Fame is about celebrating the players getting in. I'm excited for those guys that got the call. I think, Grant, you'll agree with me that in Carey Price's case, it's not if, it's more a question of when. And he didn't get in this year, but we expect him to get in. I would say next year.
Yeah. You look at the list of his achievements, the awards that he's won. No goalie in NHL history has had a broad, won as many different awards as he did, whether it be in World Juniors, World Cup, Olympics, Calder Cup, CHL Goalie of the Year. Like, just, he did it in so many different leagues and in so many different situations. And then, he didn't win a cup with Montreal, but he played on Montreal teams that never had a 90-point scorer, never had a 100-point scorer, never had a 40-goal scorer, 50-goal scorer. Were they really supposed to win Stanley Cups? And do you harm him and say, well, he doesn't deserve being because he didn't win a cup? Well, he took team on his back. Oh, they took Aitchison. Okay. You got to like the value, right?
Keyshawn Aitchison. Grant, you know what? I'll be back on if the Montreal Canadiens make another move, but if they don't, that's it for me. Hey, special thanks for you to take the time tonight to join me on the Sick Podcast. I appreciate it. I know you're doing some work of your own, so you have to get back to work, and I think I'm about ready to call it a night.
Good seeing you, Tony.
Thanks. You too. Grant McCagg of Recruits. Check him out. All right. Okay. Anthony Martineau had a chance of TVA Sport. So let's credit Anthony Martineau of TVA Sport. Sat down with Keyshawn Aitchison, who was just picked 17th overall by the New York Islanders. Let's listen in on that interview.
Keyshawn, honestly, you had a pretty exciting and interesting season in terms of goals, assists, penalty minutes. Tell me how you become this type of player.
Yeah, I think childhood, I grew up watching my uncle play a ton, and he was that gritty, rugged, big hit kind of guy, and I thought I just brought it to my game too, kind of just watching him and idolizing him while I was younger.
It's easy for all of us to see that you love throwing big hits on the ice, but the special thing with you is you're so tiny outside the ice. Is it tough sometimes to find that balance between the guy you are outside the ice and the player you are on the ice?
No, kind of just That's how I've always been. Two people on and off the ice. A super nice, kind of gentle, outgoing guy off the ice, and then kind of a mean killer on the ice. So
yeah. happy to not play against you, man. Do you have a role model in the NHL in terms of game style?
Yeah, I think I play like Charlie McAvoy. Just another good two-way guy. Likes to lay some big booming hits, and is pretty good offensively.
Tell me why the Montreal Canadiens.
Yeah, we could stop it here because the Canadiens didn't draft him. There we go. They didn't draft him. He was drafted by the New York Islanders. Folks, we promised to go up until pick 17 because there was a chance the Canadiens were going to have pick 16 and 17, but we found out about 6 or 7 hours ago that was not going to be the case because the Canadiens traded pick 16 and 17 and Emil Heineman to the New York Islanders for defenseman Noah Dobson. The Canadiens extended his contract by signing him to an 8-year deal at $9.5 million per season with his contract that was up this summer, and he was set to be an RFA. And there you have it. The Canadiens have acquired a 6'4", 200-plus pound right-handed defenseman who's 6 years into his National Hockey League career and still hasn't even entered his prime. 1 year ago, he had picked up 70 points in the National Hockey League, and that's it. So we promised that we're going to be with you for at least 17 picks. We are 17 picks in, and that's it for us. Special thanks for watching the Sick Podcast on this Friday night at a special time when we started at 5 p.m. Eastern, because usually the Sick Podcast goes Monday to Friday, weeknights at 10 p.m. on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, on all social media platforms. For Sammy Cavallaro at Master Control, Shayne Gaumond sitting in as well, and all of our guests tonight, from Craig Button to Pierre Maguire to Nicolas Cloutier to Mario Pulyat to Simon Snake Boisvert to Kyle Woodlief to Brock Otten to Brian Wilde and Graham McCagg. Thank you for watching. We had huge numbers tonight, and thank you for making us your Montreal Canadiens podcast of choice. We appreciate it. I'm Marinaro.
And that's a wrap. Hope you don't miss us too much until next time. Follow the Sick Podcast with Tony Marinaro on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, Google Play, and Apple Podcasts. The Sick Podcast is brought to you by Energy Transportation Group, driven to be different. LaVie.tv, embrace your true nature. And Playground, your premier gaming destination.